Hello and welcome to the Monday, July 24th meeting of the Green Bay Plan Commission. We'll start off with a roll call. Chair Lisa Hanson is excused. Vice Chair Jake Miller, present. Alder Jim Hutchinson, present. Commissioner Sidney Bremer is also excused. Commissioner Darius Daniels, also excused. Commissioner Ken Ravinsky, present. And Commissioner Michael Paradis, present. Moving on to approval of the agenda. Approval of the agenda from July 24th, 2023 meeting of the Green Bay Plan Commission. Motion to approve. Second. Motion by Commissioner Braddock, second by Commissioner Ravinsky to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
I make a
Oh, I'm
motion.
sorry.
I'd like to move items 4 and 5 to after item 7. To allow an alternate to attend who's currently in another meeting.
I amend the motion.
So amend the motion to move forward item 4 and 5 after item 7.
And I second the amendment.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Braddock, seconded by Commissioner Ravinsky, moving items 4 and 5 after 7. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Next, approval of minutes of the June 12th, 2023 meeting of the Green Bay Plan Commission.
So move.
Second. Moved by Alder Hutchinson, seconded by Commissioner Braddock. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're on to regular business. Starting with item 1, consideration with possible action on the request to deviate from section 44-5577 of the Green Bay Municipal Code for the creation of 2 flag lots submitted by Brown County on behalf of Brown County and the Wisconsin Public Service property owners. And I think we have, who's got this one, Sam? Thank you. You want to give us a preview?
Sure, thank you. Vice Chair Miller. So tonight before you is a request to create 2 flag lots. This was submitted by Brown County and Wisconsin Public Service. Here is a overhead view of the area that we're referring to. It's located on the Bay of Green Bay, and it's commonly referred to as the Polio site. So the surrounding zoning and land uses generally follow within the general industrial districts. The comprehensive plan recommends general industrial uses. The plan for this site is to redevelop it and for the location of the coal piles. So Brown County and WPS had submitted a certified survey map last January that got approved. That's the map that's on the left, the current map. You can see on it that there's 4 lots, lots 1, 2, 3, and 4. But the properties that we're looking at involve lots 2, 3, and 4. At that time, the map was approved, and you'll notice that lot 3 has no lot frontage. And then lot 2 is what we consider a flag lot. And a flag lot is basically when the street frontage is less than 50% of the width. Meaning, so it's this one, it's narrower at the front, or significantly narrower at the front on the street than it is at the widest part of the lot, which is usually the rear lot. So lot 2 got created as a flag lot. It did not get a variance at that time either. So fast forward to now, the WPS and Brown County are proposing to amend the map. So now we want to make sure that the map is created properly and that the correct steps are taken. So on the right is the proposed map. So lot 2, you can kind of see the difference, which isn't much. It's just a little jog there in the upper part. It doesn't really affect much. But then lot 3 gets changed to where it now goes out to Billsby Avenue. There is a little narrow strip there. The property does have an easement that runs between lots 2 to get to lot 3. And then that'll probably continue to be the way it gets accessed. Outlet 1 isn't really part of this particular application, but just to inform the commission. That property doesn't have any lot frontage, that's why it had to be created as an outlot. And the plan is it will be going to the property owner to the south. And then they're gonna be coming back with a lot combination, and then that will get attached to the other properties it owns to the south. There are criteria that you do need to meet in order for the CSM variance to be approved. And that's that the modification is due to physical features of the site or its location. The modification is the least deviation from this ordinance, which will mitigate the hardship. The modification is not detrimental to the public interest and is in keeping with the general spirit and intent of this ordinance. Modifications may also be granted for a complete community or neighborhood unit that provides adequate public spaces and improvement for the circulation, recreation, light, air, and service needs when fully developed and populated. The requirement of filing and recording the plat or survey shall not be waived. Any modification thus granted shall be entered into the minutes of the council along with the reasons in which, in the opinion of the council, justified the modification. So the staff, due to the industrial nature of the site, you can really see that it lacks a lot of street frontage. I mean, these parcels are rather large. They do extend quite a, they have, yeah, they're really big. And the access, the road that's there, is obviously, there isn't much to it. And it makes it really difficult for them to be able to comply with that standard. At least this way, they are able to have the frontage, and we are creating lots that are legal going through the variance process. In my report, I do mention that we don't feel it's detrimental to the public interest. It's in keeping with the general spirit and intent of the ordinance. We're not going to be waiving any filing and recording. They do have to continue to do that. We believe that it is justified. I mean, the physical attributes of the site, the water surrounding it, the uses, it's not going to impact any neighborhoods. It's going to remain and it will be an industrial site. If there's any questions?
Thank you, Dina. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Was there anyone from the public that wanted to speak on this? We're not having a hearing or anything.
There's no hearing on it.
I know, but if there's anyone.
Maybe, I believe there might be reps from Brown County here.
We don't have to, but if you want to open the floor, you certainly can.
Motion open the floor.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Raddick, seconded by Alder Hutchison, to open the floor. All those in favor? Aye. Floor is now open. If anyone did want to come forward to speak, please approach the podium, name and address for the record.
You.
Yeah, come on up.
Sure. Yeah, Cole Runge, Brown County Planning Director. I guess I don't have anything to add to the discussion tonight. The information that was provided to you by your staff tonight and that's already in your packet that was provided by me earlier on. Hopefully we'll address any questions you might have about the purpose of this request and the intent going forward on that site. So if you have any questions of me, though, I'd be happy to answer them.
I'm good.
Now,
Good.
well, this is simply to bring these lots into kind of standard. So there's access, is that right? Or is there another reason why we're doing a recertification map?
They had to make some changes to the map based on the bulkhead lines. And then it might be part of a question as far as any negotiations or what changed with who's gonna own what piece of land and whatnot. And then when they came in, you know, the lots just don't conform as proposed, so we just need to go through the correct steps to waive that, to give them the variance, because it is a land division variance. And that's kind of why we're here and
Okay,
going through those necessary steps and giving the plan commission the opportunity to say yea or nay to that,
right.
and city council.
Is there a property ownership switch in this, or is it? Is it the same owners?
I believe that currently lots 3 and 4 are owned by Brown County. Lot 2 is owned by WPS, but now part of lot 3 might be sold to GLC Minerals to the south.
You want me to walk through it real quick?
I mean, I'm just trying to answer his
I
question.
can,
Yeah.
you wanna, I can certainly walk through what's
Just at
proposed.
10,000 feet, don't need.
If I can approach through the screen, okay. So you'll see on here on the right, as Dina mentioned earlier on, this is the existing lot configuration over here that we want to slightly modify. So she mentioned that lot 2, which is currently owned by WPS, is going to be just kind of a slight modification to lot 2 that was approved about 1.5 years ago. Lot 3 will change though, so we're basically taking lot 3 and lot 4, and we're making lot 3 much longer, so there's more riverfront area here, which will maximize its usefulness as a port property.
Okay,
Okay. What we also have done here, if you get down in here, so this was what lot 4 is currently right now. So as Dina mentioned before, one of the things we want to do is create an outlot here, which is just under 7.5 acres. And once this is approved by the city and recorded with the county, the intention is to sell this outlot to GLC Minerals to the south to expand its operation. So basically what the county is trying to do with this right here, it's 2 things. One is to allow existing businesses to expand their business onto this site, which one of the examples would be GLC. The other thing is to enable additional port uses to locate here, and the coal piles could be one of those uses in the future. But again, what we want to do is maximize the amount of port related space on lot 3 along the river in the future. Okay. The other thing we did here, and Dina kind of touched on this before, is in currently lot 3's access is strictly by easement. Okay, so when we talked to staff at the end of last year, they expressed a preference to have more of a right of way established, to have access to Billsby rather than an easement. Now, the easement was approved in the past, but this provides us an opportunity to correct that and provide an actual right of way from lot 3 out to Billsby. So when we talked to staff, they were suggesting that we had at least 60-foot width at the narrowest point of that access in case a public street is desired in the future. So when we redesigned this, we made the narrowest point that 60 feet to accommodate a future public street if desired, while trying to maximize the frontage on Billsby for lot 3.
okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Cole. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Motion to close the floor.
Second,
Motion by Commissioner Peretti, close the floor, seconded by Alder Hutchinson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Back to regular order. Any other questions for staff?
Question or clarification to the staff. So he mentioned coal piles, so for everyone watching this and curious, can you expand on any possible connection with this and coal piles?
What was that? Sure, go ahead, Dave.
Sure, so if you've been watching the news for the last year and a half, 2 years, There's a desire for the city and I believe the county to relocate the coal piles, but also to expand the port facilities up at the mouth of the river and the bay. And this is really a step that could possibly help facilitate that. But really, it's a subdivision of land to increase port facility operations there. So,
So we're not creating a bigger problem initially with the full files. This is toward the solution, of moving them further out.
hopefully,
Okay.
right, but it could be independent of that as well. I mean, this is really a land division for an industrial port area.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ravinsky to approve, seconded by Commissioner Paradic. Any other discussion? With that, take a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We'll be moving on to agenda item number 2. It's a public hearing on the request for a planned unit development at 436 South Monroe Avenue for the development of a mixed-use project submitted by Dewan Cherry on behalf of Green Bay Redevelopment Authority property owner.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This property is at 436 South Monroe Avenue, which is at the corner of Chicago and South Monroe. This site has been vacant for a number of years and is currently owned by the Redevelopment Authority. So this is the street view of that green space next to a couple buildings downtown. Just to get your bearing, the A&W is over here with the gas station, St. John's Park behind. As shown here, future land use is looking for a downtown going forward, and the current zoning is office residential. You can see it's mostly surrounded by office residential as well. The downtown zoning really picks up over here. And then from there, it's just a mixture going into the more residential neighborhoods that are to the east. So this proposal is for a planned unit development that would be a multi-use building, primarily residential in nature. But what you can see here is a common space, a small retail space along the Monroe corridor, stair entries, and then on the first level would be an interior parking. We don't see that a lot in apartment buildings in Green Bay, so this is something specific and that was also written into the PUD to be allowed use. From there, all the other floors going up 4 stories would be for residential uses. So we base the PUD pretty much on this site plan. This does a really good job of considering the existing zoning of the office residential, while also looking forward to heavier, more dense land uses that the downtown zoning that will eventually incorporate in this area. So for the site plan itself, we have 10-foot setbacks along this property line and this property line, both kind of considered rear side. And then the 2 front or corner would be 5 foot along each. Downtown offers up to 0, so do the rest of the mixed use districts. So the 5 foot just gives us a little bit more green space to play with, which is probably going to play well with the existing site designs that are along this corridor. You'll notice we also wrote in that the only vehicular access can be right here along Chicago. This leads right into that interior parking area. And then that doesn't disturb any of the traffic flow here along South Monroe, since it's a very heavily trafficked corridor. So as far as the building itself, the look of it, this is what's been proposed. There is a planning option with the redevelopment authority that's based off of these designs. They're good designs. We feel like there's a really good mix of materials here. We've based that PUD language off of here in the design section in particular. It shows that, there's going to be a mix of up to 80% of these materials predominantly. That includes brick, cement panels, different architectural panels, wood or composite wood, and then windows and doors. So it leads to a pretty heavy mix of materials, which is what we're looking for in this corridor. One thing that we did write into the PUD, which was not part of this proposal, is that there has to be different facade articulation every 40 feet. As you can see right now on this proposed wall that does not exist, this would be facing that north and west here, where that parking is.
So to have some better incorporation and to really do that solid four-sided design, we are recommending adding that every 40 feet, some sort of articulation needs to be, if that's a different material, a window, a false window, some sort of a decorative feature that could be added, just so it breaks up that facade a little bit, so it doesn't look so heavily like a parking space. Additionally, the site right now has 23 parking stalls that'll be on that interior first level. We think that that works well. It's a really good use of the land here, especially considering the size of the property. However, it doesn't meet that minimum. So we are basing this off of the downtown parking standards, which is 1 per unit. It doesn't, gives a lot of allowances and freedom for the other uses like the small retail space and any visitor parking. However, we still hold that each unit should have 1 space. So within here, we have in the PUD that 10 additional residential spaces need to be provided and shown evidence of. That's how we manage all of our downtown parking for residential uses. So we wrote this to be the same. I believe that the applicant is looking to get a reduction in that and may have some information regarding the types of tenants that they're hoping to capture and their lack of cars. But we wrote it with the idea that will eventually become downtown, so we wanted to sustain that with its parking requirements, though we are flexible if the planning commission is looking to do an alternative there. Beyond that, everything is pretty much squared away. The rest of the PUD is written as we write them all, referencing different base zonings, that if there's any parking discussions, it should go to our downtown zoning versus the office residential that it's in. We do have the draft PUD that was included in your packet. If there are any questions, I can go further, but we are recommending approval of the request subject to that draft PUD. Which I wasn't supposed to say for the next one.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm never gonna get over that.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Stephanie. All right, for this public hearing, the public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the Press Times. Planning Commission is interested in hearing public comments on the subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that after your name has been called, you state your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or only provide information on the matter, as well as your comments or concerns. We also ask you confine your testimony to the facts related to the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation during the public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by staff because of an upcoming actionable item. You must be recognized by the planning commission in order to speak, and please address your comments to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. To speak during this public hearing, if you are on Zoom, you may unmute yourself at the bottom corner of the screen. Use the raise hand function on Zoom. Physically raise your hand if you're using the video feature, or press *6 to unmute yourself if you are calling in. We will now open the public hearing on agenda item 2, which is the public, planned unit development at 436 South Monroe Avenue for the development of a mixed-use project submitted by Dewan Cherry on behalf of Green Bay Redevelopment Authority's property owner. So now we'll be looking for comments from the public. We'll start with those that are in the tent today. Please just approach the podium if you do wish to speak. If anybody is on Zoom, if you do want to unmute yourself, raise your hand if you wish to speak on this.
Hi, this is Paul Kosmosky with Mosky Corporation. And we own the building adjacent to it.
Hi, Paul, go ahead with your comments.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Looks like I received the packet. It looks like a nice building that they're planning on building. The concern I have are twofold. One is parking that area is very difficult as we speak. It has been, it continues to be. We've owned the building adjacent to it for about 30 years. We were instrumental in getting the other multifamily that was there removed because of all the different police calls that were happening and degrading that property. But happy to see that this development is coming through. But we still are concerned about parking and having long-term solutions to the parking. And then secondly, knowing the intent and use of the building is for intellectually disabled. It'd be interesting to know what that really means. And is this going to be a managed care facility? And that would be some questions. So I will, those are my concerns, and I will just listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Could you also provide your address for the record as well?
It's 1270 Main Street, Green Bay, Wisconsin, 54302.
Perfect, thank you. We'll take those questions in consideration and try to get answers on the next item.
Thank you.
Anyone else that's on Zoom? Is there anyone wishing to speak? Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Is there anyone wishing to speak? Let the record reflect that no one else has come forward, and this public hearing is now closed. Moving on to agenda item number 3, consideration with possible action on the request for a plan unit development at 436 South Monroe Avenue for the development of a mixed-use project submitted by Dewan Cherry on behalf of Green Bay Redevelopment Authority property owner. Anything to add?
I had talked to Paul Kozmowski earlier last week about this as well. We had some similar questions of the parking, how that will work, how that will function. The applicant is here. If you wanted to get further information about the target audience and then his solution for parking. I haven't been able to provide that information at this point.
Commissioners, any questions for staff, or do we want to open the floor? I'd make a motion to open the floor.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Ravinsky to open the floor, seconded by Commissioner Paradic. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, floor is now open. We request the applicant to come forward if possible. And please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you so much. Was that second part?
Just the address for the record.
Okay, thank you so much. Dewan Cherry, 436 South Monroe Avenue. Well, first and foremost, I want to say good afternoon, everyone. You know, this project, this development means honestly a lot to me. And so I would like to thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity of being here. Secondly, I would like to thank the community because your ideas, your comments and feedback and things like that, that's really going to make this, development the absolute best that it can be. So it's important to know, what my company business model is essentially. I think that's important to me so that you understand exactly where we're coming from and what we hope to accomplish. So Cherry Faith Properties is a real estate development company that works to house adults with intellectual disabilities. It's something that's important to me because it has impacted my life since I was a freshman year in college. So I work with the AbleLite program, and it was an awesome experience. Actually, I believe that thrift store is actually local as well too. AbleLite, if you ever heard of the organization before, but they provide numerous services, whether if it's education, of course, Corda University of Wisconsin have the education program there, to of course having certain, organizations that helps with the job side of things. So as you're going through that transition aspect of, education, to independent living, we want to make sure that you have a quality job. And within that, they also support the individuals with disabilities by also offering job training as well too. So the 3 things that are important to me are number 1, quality of housing. For obvious reasons. Number 2, making sure they have great service providers as well too. And I'll be kind of going to a little bit about our 2 service providers that we use locally as well. And number 3, making sure that there is sustainable and long-term jobs for the tenants as well too. Cherry Faith of Green Bay, of course, 33 units, 16 of the 33 units will be at an affordable rate. So we want to abide by the HUD guidelines. So just kind of starting rents would be between $436 all the way to $837, of course, depending on where your income falls. But just kind of digging deep into the parking lot aspect, because I really wanted to bring up that issue as well too. It's important for you to know that adults with intellectual disabilities, there's a good portion of them that uses cars versus those that don't. For the individuals that don't use cars, we do partner with innovative services that will provide transportation services. And also curative services as well too, or curative connection. They'll be providing certain day programs and things like that, including a job as well too. So we really do want to make sure that not only you have quality housing, you have a partnering company that can offer that transportation. There's also a bus, the bus route 8, that's also in front of the development as well too. I think those are the 3 key things that I really want to kind of highlight and talk about today, because we also have to count, you would have to make a strong assumption that majority of them do not drive. And of course, going to work every single day, you want to make sure that you have a strong partnership with an organization that can have a transportation hour that is, and I believe it's about 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. So quality hours, obviously depending on what hour of the day that you work, but it's just something that we highlight. That was something that I really wanted to come into the community, and I really wanted to make sure that we had great partners, not only from the job trainings, so they take a look at what exactly what organization that you're currently working with, whether if it's a mom and pop shop or whether it's a manufacturing. They want to take a look at where exactly you're working to make sure that your disability isn't affected by your workplace, obviously making sure that's a safe environment as well too. Just kind of going back to that, taking you to and from your place of residence is something that's obviously important. So I understand that it was a 1-to-1 ratio, but also making sure that there will be plenty of spots just open, just because a lot of the residents will be using that transportation services every single day. And it's a cheap transportation service as well too. I believe it's about $13. And of course, this economy is obviously important to that you're working with someone that's at an affordable rate. So those are my comments. I actually reached out to I think it was the gentleman that just came up on the screen there to also lease out a few parking spaces. So I believe there's a church as well too. I believe right across the street from the gentleman's. Let's see if I can pull up a map there. Let's see here. Yeah, so it's okay if I approach the, okay, thank you so much. So the gentleman name was Lance. We got on the phone, and of course I wanted to talk to him about essentially what we were looking to accomplish. And he said he would actually lease out 11 additional parking spaces to us whenever that we needed. And I said, obviously, these are the individuals that we are targeting. So of course, if they, those spots are available, then we'll be happy to take them. But I believe because the building it was here. So he owned this parking space here. And I believe also I'm not sure if he's the owner of the church as well too. But the conversation was great. We talked about how exactly that will work, because obviously he has the congregation coming in on that Sunday, but he would be able to commit 11 additional parking spaces. And so he's a little bit unorthodox, but he would kind of create something, a document or something of that sort, just to showcase that there are 11 additional parking spaces for tenants. And also, however, I would want to structure that for, just general public coming and going throughout that retail space, whether it's a coffee shop, or wherever the case may be. So I do have that commitment. And if you need, obviously something in writing, I can also provide that as well too.
In the PUD is talk about the articulation on that north wall, north and west walls there. Is there any concerns with that, or you think you'll be able to meet that recommendation with you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I also have my general contractors here if you need additional questions from them as well too.
Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
With those 11 additional stalls, then what is the total number of stalls?
Between,
31, 4?
yes.
34.
34.
Yeah.
34.
There's 23 in building.
Any other questions for the applicant?
You were talking about resident services and things like that that came up in the open forum.
Yes.
Can you talk about that, and can you talk about other properties that you have that are similar to this project?
Absolutely. So speaking of the Able-Light program, so in the city of Ozaukee Counties on Thiensville specifically, I'm working on similar development, smaller in unit size, is 16 unit. And I was excited about it because it already, we're designed to have the type A and type B. Type A were for, of course, adults with same concept, adults with intellectual disabilities. So that is, that is obviously in the works at the moment. So we just got our official contract and things like that. The plans were already drawn up. 2017, they were actually originally drawn up, but just no one were able to kind of close out the actual land acquisition. So me working with the city, understanding what level it will take, and also having a general contractor that understands the level of that project as well too. There are designed as condos, but of course I wanted to use it as rentals since, they were, in terms of the sheer size of them, they were perfect for someone with a disability. So that is the kind of the other project that is similar to this. My goal ultimately is to continue to scale something like this. I think it's also very important. You don't see it often. Of course, it's either, housing, people who are homeless or housing, just kind of adding that mixed unit. I really want to focus on, individuals that are hardworking. They may not be as looked at on a daily basis. They actually get ignored so many times. So I really wanted to create something on a consistent basis that could really scale this at a much larger, situation. So yes, the Thiensville project is another project I'm working on as well too. Kind of going back to the first part of your question. So these are independent individuals. Of course, they will want a big brother or big sister to step in and make sure, for example, they're, washing their clothes and they're brushing their teeth. It's kind of the life living skill aspect to it. But these are individuals that, prize themselves on independent living. Many of the time they, work with mom and dad for a long period of time. And of course, they love that help. But, lots of them, they want to have that independent living. And that's something I definitely hope to accomplish. So yes, they do have I guess you would say, once again, a big brother, a big sister, but nothing like a home help aid or anything like that.
So you're not providing any services to the residents?
Beyond, of course, the services provided by Curative Services and Innovation Services, that's pretty much it. And once again, they provide things like education, things like job training. So they'll take certain residents back to their organization and do the actual training or whatever that, whatever they decide to pick out. But it's nothing as in they come, to the only time they will come is during the actual life living skill portion of it. But other than that, it will just be more of, you commit your 4 or 5 hours with us while we work on these specific things. That's it.
But, and going back to the question about, have you done this before? Are there any examples that you've completed that have already are in operation using this model?
No, none at the moment.
None.
Yeah,
Okay.
both are in kind of in construction projects.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Of the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Of course. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else wishing to speak?
This is Paul Kosmowski again with Mosky Corporation.
Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Appreciate it. Getting to know a little bit more about what's going on. I still have an issue on parking. We've been landlords in the city of Green Bay for about 100 years. Our family's been around, and we've had many different people who have had leases on parking that after a year or two, that lease is disbanded, and then they're gone, and there's no more parking. If this was to happen, it would be great to have, if it's going to be St. John's parking lot, they should be the one giving the lease to this gentleman and not the other person subleasing it. And it should be a long-term lease or this gentleman may be able to buy part of that lot from St. John's And that would be a way to have the solution for the parking also. But again, many times parking issues have come up, but after a lease is good for 30 days generally, and doesn't address the long-term effect of this. And then secondly, and I think that would help the parking issue. And then with this area, I think it would be very noble for this gentleman to have certain people maybe living in these buildings, which is great. We got to be careful of what we're doing in that area because of the homeless shelter, which has created a lot of issues with a lot of people camping out at night or in doorways of individual businesses, which has created some issues too. And I just don't want to add to that, but we would love to subtract from that. And if this would be a way to do it, that would be wonderful. But that's also just another concern. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? I'm sorry, we got to close the floor.
Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the partnering organizations that were mentioned by the property owner?
Not sure. Do they have anybody else represented? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. Motion to close the floor.
Second.
Motion to close the floor by Commissioner Rubinsky, seconded by Commissioner Paradek. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Floor is now closed. Stephanie, on the parking, what options do we have there? Can we simply, do we reduce it? Do we waive it? If we want to try to
Do whatever you want to do.
meet?
So how it's written right now is in F2, development shall provide evidence of off-street parking availability for 10 additional residential spaces. That's how we have it written for our downtown. They just have to show us that it's there. You can do a shared parking agreement, which is a little bit more formal. If it's part of the PUD, that means that if that shared parking agreement goes away, then this is in jeopardy and has to be reviewed again. You can wipe out any parking requirements if you feel it's not necessary. You can add more. All the language is flexible. We just use the downtown as it's our least restrictive residential parking requirements. And also that's where this area is headed towards. It's headed towards downtown style development. So we had some flexibility there, but the commission can make whatever decisions you would like. Add that in.
This is OR, right?
Technically zoned OR. We have written right now that if there are any other issues that should default to downtown zoning district parking standards.
I'm fairly unconcerned with the parking and willing to flat out waive it, to be honest, in terms of requirement of a specific number, based on the usage that's happening, and it sounds like there's transportation options available to it. I'm pretty unconcerned about it, so I'm willing to work with it, but I don't think it should be pulled in that way.
I totally agree.
So if we made a modification. I mean, simply we could just waive the parking minimum. Or just go with what's presented, which is 23 spaces,
23 interior, yep.
23 interior, and just make the mention of the additional spaces. That would probably be a first for
You'd essentially be deleting F3, the requirement of F3, which is to provide the additional.
Yep.
Additional spaces.
So I have to pull it up. That's what it breaks down to. Is there?
Yep, F3 would be.
My concern with reducing this is that what if the purpose of the building changes and that the tenants would require additional parking? And we're landlocking the structure to not have the parking. So I'm not comfortable with reducing the number of requirements that we currently have in place for that purpose. That the project sounds noble and I like the idea of the project. I'm a little concerned tonight there was no one else from some of the support services here to talk to us about that tonight, because I think we've seen other projects where we have seen that, where the partnering organizations and agencies do come in and talk about the ongoing conversation. So I'm a little nervous about that. I want it to be successful. ultimately, but I am nervous about that. I'm also nervous that, this is a rather larger project than it sounds like the applicant has put forward before. First project really that is being put forward, and other projects are in the works, very large scale. So we don't know if this will ultimately end up being what the intended goal is at the moment. Before buildings start going up in a very landlocked area. Especially with parking already being a concern, I'm just comfortable with reducing that.
You could always also tie the use of the building to that parking requirement, that if that use goes away, then an amendment would be required to bind that shared parking lease as well. So you are able to do that with that PUD. There's some flexibility there.
So if we were to tie that to the use, as you mentioned there, would that be a bit more comfortable knowing that if it were, the building were to sell, they're gonna develop it into, or redevelop into condos or something like that, we then have the option. If not, the PUD would now be void, and they would have to come back, and at that point, it could be stipulated for the sufficient spots.
I'd be more comfortable with it. Will there be a lot of applicants when the building is as it well? I'd be more comfortable with it than I am now.
I guess what I'm concerned about is I don't want to make it too difficult of a task to find 10 parking spots for them when there doesn't seem to be much desire to get anyway by the applicant. Plus, we're being a little progressive here. We want to look ahead towards what bigger cities are doing in their downtowns. There's no parking requirements, so it is near downtown. It's well connected with transit. The usage, I think, support the type of transportation that would be provided or supported. I think that would be my recommendation. Just tie it to the use and then just get rid of F3, which is the development shall provide evidence of off-street parking availability for 10 additional residential spaces. It would still include the minimum of 23 on-site interior parking spaces. Not make that motion to somebody else.
Can I make a recommendation?
Future can.
So the use is fairly broad in their purpose and intent, because it just calls for housing units, residential units, but later listed in C land use regulations. It isn't specific to developmentally disabled or any of that language that is not put in here. We only wrote it as residential. So if you did want to tie it to the use, I would clarify that use somewhere in here, or you could clarify either within the land use regulations or.
We tied to ownership, if it changes hands.
Yes. Yes.
They have to revisit it.
Well,
For the south.
I don't think you could tie it to ownership. You would have to tie it to the use itself. So right now it's 33 units, period. So if, just use an example, Duane builds it today and sells it tomorrow, and I'm gonna rent it out to anybody I want. And then whether you consider it or not, there could at that point be necessity for additional parking. Although the owner buying would then have to find those. It's just kind of, but you'd have to build that in. You'd have to say if. I'm not sure exactly how you would say that, but if more than 10, if less than 10 units are being used for development. For development, people with development disabilities, parking shall be provided for those units or something of that nature. Because there is nothing in this PUD tying to that, and I would be leery to try to tie it to that. I mean, this is not an institutional land use permit.
Yeah.
Now there's the philosophy that you just mentioned, should parking be required or not. That's a whole nother topic.
That's what.
You and the council.
That's easier, but.
I will say, I agree with you that it's well connected to public transit, which is a very good positive thing for it. But in talking through that, if it does change owners or change, I mean, even if the purpose changes, how is whoever owns the building at the time going to ever find more parking spaces? At that point, I mean, if we word it that way, when the building's gonna be, the lot is pretty well gonna be developed.
The parking on site will not change. There's only so much space available for that, so either way, you're only squeezing out 23 units on site. Even if you reworked the site, I doubt you'd be able to get any surface parking on there. It's a pretty tight spot. So if there's any expansion, if there's any desire to have over 23 spots, they will always have to find some sort of shared parking agreement unless the city magically does not have on-street parking requirements anymore, which I don't see happening, so.
And what would be the consequences if it does change and suddenly they just can't find anybody?
Then the PUD would be dissolved because they wouldn't be meeting the standards of that PUD.
Definitely come to either amend it
Yeah.
And say we can't
Um,
find it.
or find parking stalls. I mean, you can always buy an adjoining or neighboring property or property on the block. It's just not money. And if the seller knows they have you at that point,
Yeah.
prices tend to go up.
I'm just a little tired of parking. Yeah, hindering development, same, so, I mean, I'm more on the fence with just doing away with parking requirement. So keep the one for the onsite, make your onsite and for your parking spaces, get rid of development shall provide evidence of off-peak parking availability and additional. Delete it, redline it. Yes. Okay. There's no issues with that? Okay. Want to make it a motion? That would be my motion. Okay, so motion with red line of F3 development shall provide evidence of off-street parking availability for 10 additional parking spaces. Second by Alder Hutchinson. Mike, if you want to have any other comment?
No, the only comment I would make, I would rather have it be if it changes purpose. But I get both sides. I don't want it to hinder development. I think that parking is changing quite rapidly and we don't want it to develop, but I think this is. If the plan was developed out a little bit more, I think I'd be more comfortable with it, but it sounds like there's a lot of unanswered questions in the whole. I want the project to do well, and I think, the residents that are gonna be there as well, I want them to be set up for success. There's just some. Yeah, it's my concern.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve with the red line of F3 related to off-street parking availability. That was moved by Commissioner Rubinsky, seconded by Alder Hutchinson. With that, I take a voice vote. All those in favor? please say Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No,
One nay, so 3-1. Okay. Moving forward, we have moved items 4 and 5 to after 7, so we're moving to item number 6. Another public hearing on the request to rezone the 203 to 225 South Monroe East, or side east of block, and the 620 to 628 Doty Street, south side of the block, from residential OR to downtown D1 and public institutional P1. Submitted by Department of Community and Economic Development. Petitioner is Gage Williamson, Skin Booted Tattoo LLC, Green Bay Area Public Schools, Rich Properties LLC, and Monroe Central LLC property owners. Not sure who's got us for a preview here.
I got this, I think it's Sheriff
John?
So there are 7 parcels in question. Let's go over each one, just to give more background. So starting over on the east, over by Doty and Quincy. Those are 2 parcels owned by the school districts over at 624 and 628 Doty. Those are currently blacktop surfaces for their playground for the school across the street. Then up to the west, it is at 620 Doty Street that's owned by Gage Williamson. That is a surface lot that also serves the parcel that is Katie Corner over on Monroe. At the corner itself, that is Skinny Blue. Then to the south, that's at 211 South Monroe. Just to go back, the corner lot at 203 South Monroe. At 211, that's owned by Williamson, and that's has been an office building, and they'll get into it. They're looking to change it into an 8-unit apartment complex. South of that is owned by Rush Properties, and that is at 215 South Monroe. Those are two multi-family buildings in one parcel, and finally, the largest parcel there is the parcel at 225 South Monroe. That's 0.8 acres. That is an office building. So these are 7 parcels that right now are primarily in the downtown land use and adjacent to it. The parcels that are furthest to the east are adjacent then to downtown and are starting to transition over to medium to high density residential. The entire area is zoned OR currently, but it's adjacent across the street to downtown zoning off to the west. And with that in mind, that led to where we're at today. So we received a request from the folks who are the 2 parcels owned by Williamson from Merrick Development. The building that is currently along Monroe right now is a vacant office building. It's 2 stories. Just to give you a heads up, this is a view right now down Doty Street, looking east back towards the Swilly properties, on the corner. And then we also have a view of Monroe looking northbound from that office building that is down to the south and looking north back up towards the Walnut area. What got this kicked off was on the next slide, a request from these folks right here, Wilton turn that former office building into an 8-unit apartment building. Within OR, because of the densities and how small both lots are, they cannot do that without having either a rezone or a variance. We didn't feel it was appropriate to ask for a variance request on this. We look back to what is the comprehensive plan. The area calls for downtown in this area. We also looked at the other parcels nearby. The parcels nearby, when it comes to their bulk apartments and uses, fit in more favorably to downtown uses compared to office residential uses, both in their existing form and in the future, if they were to redevelop their properties, all of what this group is doing or requests to do here in the future. So with that in mind, rather than just taking 2 parcels and having a reason request, we looked at what's good for this block, what makes sense for this area. And that's where the 7 parcels come into play for this request. So this would stay in line with the conference plan and it would change those 7 parcels to go from office residential to downtown uses in the future. Really, the only changes for these folks is that rather than having a potential conditional use to have a single family or a duplex or a dormitory, those uses are gone. That wouldn't be allowed by Conjuga, right? What does come into play? 2 things: bulk requirements, things like setbacks and density. Those can be more to the downtown setting. And then additionally, there are a few more commercial uses that are allowed in the downtown compared to office residential. But everybody who is there right now, it actually become the Rush property, actually next door, Rush property, excuse me, would be rather than legal non-conforming, would become conforming. So that is reporting.
Thank you, John. All right, on to the public hearing. This public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the Press Times. Planning Commission is interested in hearing public comments on the subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that after your name has been called, you state your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or only providing information on this matter, and your comments and concerns. We also ask you to confine your testimony to the facts related to the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation during the public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by staff until the upcoming actionable item must be recognized by the plan commission in order to speak. Please address your comments to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Speak during this public hearing. You may unmute yourself using the bottom button on the screen. Use the raise hand function on Zoom. Physically raise your hand if you're using video feature, or press *6 to unmute yourself if you are calling in. We'll now open the public hearing on request to rezone the 203 to 225 South Monroe and the 620 to 628 Doty Street from office residential to downtown and public institutional, submitted by the Department of Public and Community Development, petitioner Gage Williams, Skinny Buddha, Green Bay Area Public Schools, Rush Properties, and Rose Central LLC property owners. So with that, we would invite anyone in attendance tonight to approach the podium if you do wish to speak on this item. And please state your name and address for the record. Open it up to those on Zoom. If someone was wishing to speak on this item. Anyone wishing to speak? Is anyone wishing to speak on this item? Is anyone wishing to speak? Let the record reflect that no one else has come forward and this public hearing is now closed. We'll move on to agenda item number 7, consideration with possible action on the request to rezone the 203 to 225 South Monroe Street and 620 to 628 Doty Street from office residential to downtown 1 and public institutional submitted by the Department of Community and Economic Development petitioner Gage Williams, Skinny Blue Tattoo, Green Bay Public Area Schools, Rush Properties, and Rural Central LLC property owners. John, anything else to add to your presentation?
So just a note, so we had 4 folks call from the public, more about asking what's up with this from both people who are on the block and then people who are nearby. Neither objecting nor for it, just curious about it. So this request, staff is recommending it would change office residential to downtown for these 7 parcels along Doty and Monroe.
Excellent. Commissioners, any questions for John on this one?
Do you have a zoning map that we can just see? Okay, so that,
All OR right now.
okay, so that'll all change to down.
Yeah.
P1.
Right, the area in red is outlined, so essentially the western and northern part of the block would turn into downtown one.
And what color is downtown 1 there? Brown?
Brown, yes,
Okay. That's right across the street.
correct.
Entertain a motion. I would make a motion to approve. Second. Motion by Commissioner Rovinsky, second by Commissioner Craddock to approve. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimously approved. All right, we're gonna circle back to agenda item number 4 now, also a public hearing. This is a request for a conditional use permit at 310 Van Castor Drive to construct a 2-family dwelling, semi-detached in a low-density residential zoning district submitted by Redu Homes, Inc. on behalf of Christian and Elizabeth Pearson, property owners. And who's got this? Deanna, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Miller. So this request is to allow a 2-family dwelling semi-detached at 310 Van Castor Drive, which is currently undeveloped. The surrounding land use and zoning, the future land use is all low density residential, and then zoning has low density residential along with some rural residential. There are excuse me, so the petitioner Redu Homes does have a offer to purchase the property. And they intend to construct a 2-family semi-detached dwelling. There are certain requirements that need to be met. The use is it's low density residential, but the use requires a CUP in the district. There are certain standards that need to be met. And one of the main standards is that there cannot be any other 2-family detached on the same block and within 300 feet on that same block. So the ring around here, the red circle, is the 300-foot boundary. The dashed yellow, that is a 2-family detached already, but it isn't on the same block. So that criteria is met, that development criteria is met. And then there's also criteria when it comes to approving the conditional use permit. That information is in your packet. I just mentioned about the 300 feet that, it does comply with that standard. There's also a comment in the development standards about the, design. And that it, fits in with the neighborhood. It says, semi-detached dwellings shall be designed to reflect the general architectural style of surrounding buildings on the block, including front yard depth, height, and roof pitch, primary materials, facade detailing, and size and placement of windows and door openings. Exact replication of attributes of existing buildings is not expected, but rather sensitivity to neighborhood context. It is a 2-story proposed unit. There is a 2-story that is kitty corner from it, and there's also some split levels along Van Castor, along with some 1-story ranch style. We did have some concerns, or we do have some concerns with the proposed design regarding wall articulation. You'll notice that on the side elevations that there is little like windows. So one of the conditions that we suggest does address that, that the house design is adjusted to meet that regulation along the south and west facades. We did send out, in this particular area, there are quite a few 2-family detached dwellings on corners and also along Brook Park Drive. They're pretty common in this neighborhood. We did send out notices to property owners within 200 feet. And then we also placed a sign in the property. I did get a call from Mary Stowey, who lives at 359 Van Castor Drive, which is outside of the 200 feet. So she did not get a letter, but she did see the sign. She did have concerns about the request, and she does plan to attend the meeting. So I'm not sure if she's here tonight to share her concerns. And then prior to the meeting, Craig Baston stopped by, and he owns the property, the undeveloped property to the east. And his comment is, I'm in opposition due to the possible lowering of property values to our adjacent property. His concern was that he might want to put in some 2-family dwellings, but with the limit, on the block standard, that it might affect his property value that way. But we did talk about it with staff, that there could be some remedies for that.
Thank you, Tina. Okay. I don't know. We can find a shorter way. Need to clip notes. All right. Public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the press times. Planning Commission is interested in hearing public comments on the subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that after your name has been called, you state your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or only provide information on this matter, and your comments and concerns. We also ask you to confine your testimony to the facts related on the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation during public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by the staff until the upcoming actionable item. You must be recognized by the planning commission in order to speak, and please address your comments to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. To speak during this public hearing, you may unmute yourself at the bottom of the screen, use the raise hand function on Zoom, physically raise your hand if you're using the video feature, or press *6 to unmute yourself if you are calling in. We will now open the public hearing on agenda item 4, which is a request for a conditional use permit at 310 Van Castor Drive to construct a 2-family dwelling, semi-detached in a low residential zoning district submitted by Redu Homes on behalf of Christian and Elizabeth Pearson, property owners. We'll start with those in attendance tonight. If you do wish to speak on this item, please approach the podium and state your name and address for the record, as well as your comments.
Good afternoon. Bob Wilkie, 315 Van Castor Drive. I guess I'm probably one of maybe 3 that got the letter. Since we're only in a 200-foot zone. We've been at our home for 25, going on 26 years now. And when we purchased our home, the 2 realtors that we dealt with, I had asked questions about future development, since we have Brook Park Apartments and Pheasant Run over on Laverne. And then there's 3 duplexes on Brook Park Drive, which are well managed. One of them is right next to me. The question I had for the realtor is, what's the future of development? And as you know, if you go deep into the south end of Mackenzie, there's brand new homes in there that have been there probably 6, 7, maybe 8 years. And they're supposed to make the U-turn in the field and then come back out on Van Castor with single family homes, is what we were told. And now this has come up. So I know the Stowies, they put out circulated a letter out there, which I'm glad they did that, because other people aren't aware of what's going on. I guess I'd be okay with a single family home on the corner, but I'm against the duplex. And looking at the design of it, I don't care for the looks of that either. And you had mentioned a duplex that was kitty corner from the house, 2-story. That's actually a 2-story home. That's not a duplex. So if we give this conditional use permit, does this open it up for future duplexes coming in there? That'd be another concern of mine. You do it for one, is it ever gonna stop? So our neighborhood is a very good neighborhood. It's a very safe neighborhood. I'd like to see it continue that way. So I oppose the duplex. I'd like to see a single family home put in there. I know the property's been for sale for quite a while. So that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak that's any pen search?
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Randall Frailing. I reside with my wife at 324 Van Castor Drive, right next to the property that we're talking about. We've been there almost 4 years now. When we moved in, we were ensured that this was zoned for single family living at that time. We got questions. Who, what, when, where, and why? Who will be building the property? Who will be living in the property? What kind of building, understandably, a duplex will be? I'm interested in seeing the drawings you had up there again, and which way that building will be facing our property. Do you have that up there again, please?
We can't show anything now, but we can bring it up on the next slide.
Okay. We're wondering if this goes through, when would the building start? When would it be finished, and how long will the property be disrupted? And the question we have, 310 right next to us. You're saying that duplex is going to go in that lot. So are both those units going to face Van Castor? Or are they going to face towards the south? Because, it's a wider property going from west to east than it is from north to south. If you look at the map. And why the choice of a duplex? The other question I have is, what does it mean by semi-detached? I'd like to know what the answer to that is. If, that's a big question, if this goes through, our request is that an 8-foot high privacy fence be built along the entire lot line between this property and ours. 8-foot privacy fencing. We enjoy the privacy we have, and we appreciate it very much. We were insured, of course, like I said, this is going to be for a single family dwelling. In the last 4 years, we have grown to appreciate the place and peace and quiet that we have. We used to live real close to the corner of 12th and West Mason Street. The fabulous wildlife we have, the deer, the turkeys, the many birds we have, many varieties which will be severely impacted with the development of this property. And also it will severely impact our property value. So we are definitely against this proposal. We would like it to stay like it is, or else become a single family unit. But we would need to know more information about which way this property is supposed to face. And when they're thinking about beginning or not. And the people that own it, are they a local or are they from Appleton? We did some digging. I have another person here that's with us. Vicky is my next door neighbor at 334 Van Caster, and I'm right across the street from Bob. He's at 315. So we are presenting this to you that we do not like the proposal, and we would like to keep it as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else here tonight wishing to speak?
Ryan Rudu with Rudu Homes, 2585 South Broadway, Green Bay, 54304. So I hopefully can answer some of their questions as my presentation. I just have a couple of things. So basically, we're working with one of our contractors that does. We're a home builder, custom home builder. One of our contractors looking to build something new to find housing, and that's what we're working for with them as sort of favor. It's two brothers. They're local landscape business owners. So they do intend on owner occupying this. So really, you know, they're going to take care of it well, and they got some vested interest. They do have relatives that live fairly close here as well. You know, we're trying to obviously do something for them that's affordable, but just in reference to property values and stuff, even affordable right now. I mean, that duplex type building is going to be in excess of $500,000, probably more than that, just because that's what things cost today. So even to do a single family there is somewhat difficult just because of the cost of housing, and that's not a normal project that we would necessarily take on. But again, it's kind of working with the contractor that works for us. So as far as the design, some of the design features that were pointed out, I think we're perfectly open to, you know, that style was something that the customer had seen previously, liked, but I think admittedly some of the windows and stuff missing on the sidewall. We have a project in Ashwaubenon along with Fox River that has buildings that are substantially similar to those. They're built as 4-unit buildings, so essentially we adapted a little bit and probably didn't spend as much time as we could have making the side of it attractive. Intention wise was that both units would face Van Caster. My thinking is that we could position it the other way, but my thinking was that both units facing Van Caster then creates the same backyard environment that everybody else has there. So, you know, essentially the neighbor that's next door would have one neighbor next to them versus having 2 units facing their backyard. I think that's just a better solution, frankly. And then as far as timing wise, if this gets approved, this is something that we would work on this fall into next spring. So as far as disturbance, you know, with anything else we'd like to disturb is, you know, least possible. But my guess is there would be landscaping in spring and early summer of next year, because that's just the, you know, weather we're going to have to deal with. So again, happy to answer any other questions that anybody has as we move forward. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak that's in attendance tonight? Those on Zoom, if you want to speak in this item, please speak up. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on this item? I want to look into. You can only come up once per.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
We may open it up at the next time, depending on. Anyone else looking to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone else looking to speak? Let the record reflect that no one else has come forward and the public hearing is now closed. We'll move forward to agenda item number 5, which is consideration of possible action on a request for a conditional use permit CUP at 310 Van Caster Drive to construct a 2-family dwelling semi-detached in a low-density residential zoning district submitted by Redu Homes, Inc. on behalf of Christian and Elizabeth Pearson property owners.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So our recommendation is to approve of the request. Subject to a few conditions. That prior to building permit issuance, planning staff must review and approve the subject parcel's building plans to ensure that the wall articulation standards of section 44-19-13-2 are met along the south and west facades. The petitioner can appeal that decision to the planning commission, and that they must comply with all regulations of the Green Bay Municipal Code. And then, is it okay if I address some of the
Yes.
comments that
absolutely.
came up?
Yep.
Okay. So we do, this is a rendering that we did get from the builder of what the proposed building would look like. I didn't really share any interior stuff because I'm sure everybody doesn't really care much about the inside, but this is what the outside would look like. As Mr. Edu had mentioned, it would be facing Van Caster. Excuse me, there were concerns about the zoning and what was shared. So the property is zoned R1 low density residential, and in that district, single family homes are permitted by right. A 2-family detached, which is a side-by-side unit, that's where that term comes from, is allowed through a conditional use permit process where the plan commission looks at them on a case-by-case basis to make sure that they're in compliance with the code and the design standards for the development standards that we have in place. I think I covered everything with the zoning. Anything else I should say about the zoning? I think I've covered that. The building construction time frame that was addressed by Mr. Edu. The plan is to design the building as if it would be 2 parcels, so it would be split. And then have 2 owners in them. So any type of construction that happens, the builder does need to make sure that they do design it so that it can be split. And there are building requirements for that. As far as an 8-foot privacy fence, we don't permit 8-foot fences. The max would be 6. And as far as property values, I really can't address that too much. But anyway, those are kind of the basics regarding, especially touching on the zoning aspect of it. And then with conditional use permits, you can put conditions on it as the commission sees fit. So if there's anything else that you'd like to add or remove, that can happen. And then one thing I forgot to mention was one of the comments that I did get, where I mentioned that Mr. Bastion's staff, he did say that if there's any questions to have Redu Homes give him a call, and so I have his phone number in case you want to talk to him.
I'm sorry, is that in the comprehensive plan? To be. That's all low density through there. Okay, that's. what I was looking for. But that, it hasn't been plotted out yet, or plotted out yet.
Correct. And if there's one thing I would add, so our districts aren't single family, two family, three family districts. They're low density, medium density, high density, or very density. The lot size for a single family in the city of Green Bay can go as low as 7,500 square feet. Low density zoning allows about 4 to 8 units per acre. This is about a 15,000 square foot parcel. So it fits very easily into a low density classification.
And then one other item, I got sidetracked. The question was about why it's called a, two family semi-detached, and I said it was side by side. Well, just per our zoning definitions, a duplex is an upper and a lower, so.
Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Well, I just have a question on this detached word. So it's physically together, but you're calling it detached.
Yeah, there's.
Okay, so you're not gonna have two buildings, it's one building.
Well, semi-detached typically is called that way. They're two single-family units that are attached with generally a common wall that can be made as a firewall where you can run separate utilities and conduit out.
Okay,
It's very difficult to do that with an upper, lower, or a not detached.
okay.
So
So
there's no
detached
connections
means
in
the
between.
utilities and everything are separated.
Well, if they can be, typically in attached, you're gonna have one entryway. So if it's a regular duplex, you might have, they might be side by side, but you're gonna have one entryway going into both units.
Gotcha.
Or a stairwell going up and one going in,
Yeah.
where semi-detached, they're semi-detached,
Yeah.
Gotcha, okay, thank
but they're attached.
Semi-detached.
Semi-detached. Right.
you. The question about the
Yeah.
fence, just in general. The maximum height someone in Green Bay can have for a fence is 6 feet. Is that right?
For residential.
For residential. 6 feet. So if I wanted to build an 8-foot fence, I could not. It would be, I need a variance.
And a hardship. And, yeah, and hardship first.
Okay. I was just wondering, because it seemed to me to be a. Okay.
Any other questions?
There was a question in the open forum about the other property, the 3041 Brook Park Drive, I think. Someone had said it's not a two-family dwelling. Can you just clarify that?
Oh, it's a 2-story. The comment was about, the building has to kind of fit within the neighborhood, and the proposed structure is a 2-story. And the home that's kitty corner from it at 3040 Brook Park Drive is a 2-story home. So, because in some neighborhoods you might have where they're just all ranch. Sure. And then throwing in a 2-story might not fit, or vice versa. But in this case, it. Okay.
But the homes directly across the street are two families.
I think that was the
Yes.
comment.
Oh,
I think
sorry,
that-
that's
that
what you
challenged that
Sorry.
comment.
I'm
That's why I
sorry.
heard that. I might be wrong.
There's a 2-family across the street.
Correct.
Corner is a 2-story.
Okay, that's,
2-family detached. I'm just.
there's a lot of, and was there, if there were concerns about the design, is there a reason why those design pieces couldn't be worked out before? That those design elements couldn't have been worked out before they came to the planning commission?
We were acceptable to the proposed, which is that modification, so we didn't need to see anything prior to that. And then plus maybe the commission was okay with it, so. That's just our feeling as staff is we feel that by putting some extra articulation into those walls would be more appropriate.
And that's articulated in the conditions you put in.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, it's covered by that.
There a need to open the floor.
Up to you guys.
Yeah, I move.
Second.
Motion by Alder Hutchinson to open the floor, seconded by Commissioner Craig. All those in favor?
Aye.
Floor is now open. Alder, was there somebody you wanted to specifically call on?
No, I just wanted to make sure we
Okay.
heard from everyone. I think we have an.
Alder.
Sure. Oh, Alder Grant. Yeah, well,
That's why I didn't know officially, but yeah, hi, I'm Jen Grant, Alder of District One. I did talk to Mary Stowey a couple times, and as of today, she had about 8 letters from residents who are also opposed to it. So on top of who's here tonight, there's about 8 more, and I will be getting copies of those from her. She will, I believe, is coming to the city council meeting next week. So, and I can appreciate your employees living there, but I think a big concern is that maybe that could be temporary, who's gonna be there next. You know, once you have a double family living, that it will stay that way. I don't know if this gets approved, if it's ever been considered, with it being a corner lot, that maybe the units are facing different directions so that it blends into the neighborhood a little bit better. But I do understand their concerns, and I have been contacted about it. So just wanted to give you an update on Mary, who couldn't, and she had a meeting prior to this, so she was going to try to be here. So, any questions? No.
thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward to the podium.
One additional thing I'd like to mention is that on this property and our property that we have, there are some oak trees that are 150 to 200 years old. Please keep that in mind about nature and this type of thing, because it is a beautiful area. It's an area that my wife and I chose to move to because of how beautiful and serene and quiet it is. And to have this type of a building that you're proposing, you know, is not good for the area, if you ask me. It's not, and I think my other neighbors agree with me on that. So please keep that in mind, and we truly would not like to see this happen. Thank you.
That was Randall, right?
Randall, yes.
Your last name and address, just real quick.
Frailing, 324 Van Castor Drive.
Thank you.
I'm retired from the city of Green Bay.
Neighbor Vicky Ord, ORD, 334 Van Castor Drive, neighbor.
Did we ask a question?
Sure. Yeah.
Could I ask a question, sir?
Yeah.
You know that this is going R1 currently, it's a residential lot,
Yes.
correct? So, you know, in the neighborhood, I mean, this is not a park structure, and I appreciate the attention about the wildlife and the trees, et cetera. But it is, in the end of the day, zoned as a residential lot. And has there been conversation in the neighborhood about it being just a single family dwelling?
Yes, that's what we've known since we moved there.
That's what I was told 26 years ago when we moved in.
It's always been.
Any future development would be single family homes.
Thank you. What's the gentleman want to say?
I think that was
was
Bob,
Bob,
right?
right?
Yeah, if you did want to provide any other comments.
Yeah, it might have been covered wrong. I mean, you had mentioned it's gonna be owner occupied. Yeah, but how long does that stay that way? And I guess that'd be one question I have, you know, who's next? I think a better design than having both of them face Van Castor might be to have one face Van Castor and the other one to face Brook Park. You know, and maybe we can do a single level instead of a two-story.
I just wanted to, Ryan Rudu, again, Rudu Homes, just want to talk about again, I think my argument that way would be, I mean, the same way with the trees and stuff. I mean, everybody kind of knows here, we could do a single family lot, and if you're not a tree lover, I've had customers who've asked me to knock every single tree and grind them up and get rid of every single thing, and I don't think that's what anybody wants here. So the design that we have there is a very minimal footprint on purpose. So it's brought forward. They're not knocking down all the trees, getting rid of all the vegetation. And, you know, I understand the concern with it possibly not being non-occupied. I think you dealt with it on all these. However, their plan is in that 7 to 10 years, and they, you know, they want to stay there. That's why we're designing it. as he mentioned, as two separate units, but they could be divided. We're not building it as a duplex, we're building it as a zero lot line type situation. So that it could be condoed or divided that way, just so separate utilities and stuff like that is how we would want to build it, so. So, and again, I think just the orientation, I'd still argue one facing each direction probably creates a backyard environment that the neighbors might not like. But again, you know, they're gonna be staring in their backyard because that lot's only 90 feet wide. So by the time I get front setback, build the building, I'm gonna be 15, 20 feet from the back or whatever the minimum is, you know, from the backyard, and that creates an uncomfortable situation in my opinion, but so appreciate it.
I guess also
Yeah.
looking at that, what road is that?
Brook Park.
Brook Park.
Yep.
There aren't really any utilities available on that side.
Correct, we'd have to adapt something there, that road's semi unimproved, it's not approved, so we'd have a kind of a messy situation with driveways and utilities and how do we front on that side as well, whereas a curb and gutter on the other side, so it just works a little bit better.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
okay, appreciate it, thank you.
We're still open. Any other comments from those here? Questions? Otherwise, motion close, open a motion close.
So
I can't make it, somebody's got to make it. Yeah.
motion close the floor.
There we go.
Second.
Motion goes forward by Commissioner Braddock, seconded by Alderman Hutchinson, place the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Floor is now closed. Any other questions for staff?
There was another comment about this setting a trend in terms of the other semi-detached structures in the area. Is that a concern that staff addressed?
If they would have to comply with that development standard of the block requirements and then the 300 feet.
But are you saying that this would? I think the concern was that this is going to set a precedent for the rest of the city. Are you concerned about it setting a precedent?
And it would be consistent throughout the whole city. You know, anytime that we see a similar request in a single family, it'd have to come before this committee to get that conditional use permit. And then we want to make sure as staff that it does comply with those development standards, because then that can be grounds for denial of the conditional use permit.
It's been a regulation in the zoning code for about 3 decades. So.
And it has, I know that it was addressed, so I wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, the council could always change that code and then, you know, then it would change. So if the code allowed 2 families in the low density district by right, then they wouldn't come back through the grandfather. Okay. They would be full permit at that point.
Out of curiosity, has it ever come up before? To do,
I bet it will.
Oh, yes.
yeah.
It's come up before and it's pretty common throughout the country now that exclusive single family districts are rare.
Yeah.
You're mainly rural, but. Rare.
I'd say this is a really unique since it's right on the periphery of the city. It is some of the probably few farmland we have left in the city, few acres that we have left of that. So it is a little different than maybe center town older neighborhoods. But that being said, it's I can only imagine it's a matter of time before the rest of that area does get developed into homes at some point. It's dubbed for it. I would assume the demand would catch up there eventually. So that rural character may not be long lived. I think the question for us then is, in this situation, are we okay with 2 family within this area? We do have to keep the Act 67 in mind, since it is a conditional use for this as well. Things like property value cannot be brought into the equation. From a technical standpoint, I have to agree with staff on approval for it, just based on what's put in front of us. Whether the neighbors like it or not, that's really for the holder to take that to council, in my opinion. We're supposed to look at it from a very technical standpoint in terms of zoning, and from that standpoint, I view it as acceptable. But the Alder, of course, gave their comment, and everyone's welcome to have their comment there. I was just gonna say, I really like when you say the comments that I was about to say. No, I've said, that's why we have alders, is to represent those, and I said, I'm not, they know the neighborhood better than we do. We know zoning and site uses and stuff like that, so I'm gonna stick to that. I mean, let the alders work out their neighborhoods, so.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that it's an unfortunate situation that it's an unoccupied lot at the moment that
Yeah.
people have become familiar with, and that's the unfortunate thing. But it is a residential lot, and that's, so whenever something's going to go in there, the lot will change inevitably. Even though the neighborhood, which has been established for a while, has become very familiar with it. Vacant, it seems like. Yeah, I mean, I assume it's been vacant for forever.
A long time.
A long time.
There's nothing there, but
Yeah.
there's trees.
And it's well grown. But no, I agree with you, Vice Chair Miller, that from a technical standpoint, there's nothing that supersedes a concern based upon the actual plan. So I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. A motion for approval by Commissioner Braddock, seconded by Commissioner Rubinsky. Sorry, yes,
With the conditions.
with the conditions stated in the report. With any other comments?
The only other comment I would make is that we're going to common council next week. So people are invited to attend that and state what you think. And I'll get to vote on this again.
That's Tuesday, right? For, it would be on the agenda, okay. All right, with that being said, put to a voice vote for approval of conditions noted. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? None, passes unanimously. With that, we will move to number 8, right? Yes. Number 8, which is a public hearing on a request by, I do apologize for the name on this, I'm gonna murder it, Vastev. And Vastev Adhikari, thank you very much. Of the city of Green Bay Business Development LLC applicant, Green Bay Retail Center LLC property owner for a conditional use permit to allow convenience store and fueling gas service station use within downtown D1 district at 201 North Monroe Avenue. Sorry, John, got this one, gives preview.
Okay, so this has been a bit of a fluid development that's been going through here, so a few changes that were to the plan of it here. And I'll note here, we're going along some additions to it. But what we're seeing is the old Bank Mutual building, just behind your shoulders, the 2-story building that Monroe and Pine across from the Brown County Central Library. The request that the applicant is looking for is to do a reuse of the site to allow for the following conditional uses, which are conditional in the downtown district. It would be for a convenience store, it would be for gas and gas station / fueling and drive-through restaurant as part of this overall. So it's 3 separate asks, part of this one request. Next, please. As you see right here, it is part of the downtown district. Pretty well encapsulated by it. We looked from the library to the north. And then as far as the comp plan goes, the one to the north, is part of downtown. So the next slide, you'll see an image looking at Pine and Monroe, looking to the southwest, where you'll see the surface parking lots and the former Bank building, 2-story building on the site. So the developers are looking to reuse the 1.2 acre property. It has been in use here for the past 5 years. They're looking to do 3 different uses within the site itself. One, the aforementioned gas station / convenience store, putting in fuel pumps on the northern part of the property, where you see the surface lot itself. 2, an office, like a UPS store, not known for sure what that specific use would be or user would be, but like a UPS store for office supplies. 3, a drive-through restaurant as an option. They don't know for sure who the user would be, but there is a drive that was part of the Bank Mutual complex. They're looking at Indian restaurant right now, but it's not known for sure what the exact use would be, but it would be a restaurant use. With that, the applicant has supplied a site plan for the property. That site plan has gone back and forth through staff and departments to take a look at this. As a plan commission, you're looking at more what it means for holistically for the plan itself, but not the specific details. I'll get into some of the more specifics for a few things based off of the components of the CUP that we need to consider primarily to the parking and ingress egress. But what they're proposing would be to have entryways off of both Pine North and Monroe back to the east to allow parking to access fueling normal gas on the north and EV fueling state or EV charging stations on the site, most likely out to the west itself. There's been some back and forth on this with the developers to where their initial plans came out and they've submitted back after some different talks. I will note that in our recommendations later on, we do want to codify that as an actual use. There'd be a limit on the amount of actual gasoline fueling on the site and a requirement to have EV charging on the site. The next use is, as noted, would be the office supplies. That's a typical D1 use. The third is drive-through restaurants. As noted, this facility was already set up to be a drive-through throughout the vast majority of its existence as a bank. They do not have specific plans for the restaurant itself right now. Those will need to get sorted out through a site plan review process and a building inspection or a review process as far as firewalls, things of that sort. So they don't have specific numbers as to just how big and where they might end up being on the southern part of the property, but the use is known that it would be some sort of a drive-through restaurant. So when looking at this and reviewing what to consider as far as different conditions, staff looks at this as far as condition number 5, where adequate measures have been taken or will be taken to provide ingress and egress and so designed as to minimize traffic congestion. With this auto featured use here in downtown, mind you, it's a reuse of an existing structure in discussion with other staff, Department of Public Works, police departments, and other departments. So we will get into the conditions that pass the public hearing, but we do want to note that there needs to be some attention focused on the drive entryways that come to the property. You'll note there's an alleyway on the western part of the property. It is only 12 feet wide. That's pretty common around downtown, but that said, it's also pretty common that alleyways are not that well used by the general public or the service. What they've shown for plans would incorporate using the alleyway for parking and for ingress egress. With that in mind, there needs to be careful attention given to what it means for signage and potential access points off of Pine to access both parking stall and drive between here and the properties to the west. Yeah, that's a brief overview for right now. I'm sure there'll be some questions when we get to the report itself.
Thank you, John. All right. So, public hearing. Public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the Press Times. Planning Commission is interested in hearing public comments on subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that after your name has been called, you state your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or only provide information in this matter, as well as your comments and concerns. We also ask you to confine your testimony to the facts related to the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation during the public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by staff because of the upcoming actionable item. You must be recognized by the planning commission in order to speak, and please address your comments to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. To speak during this public hearing, you may unmute yourself from the bottom of the screen. Use the raise hand function in Zoom. Physically raise your hand if you're using the video feature, or press *6 to unmute yourself if you are calling in. We will now open the public hearing on request by Vasudev Adhikari, thank you. Green Bay Area Business Development LLC applicant, Green Bay Retail Center LLC, property owner for a conditional use permit to allow convenience store and fueling gas service station use within D1 district downtown, 201 North Monroe. We'll start with those in attendance. If you do wish to speak on this, please approach your podium, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Brad Broker with Century 21 Aspire Group. Address 822 South 8th Street, Manitowoc, Wisconsin, 54220. I am representing Positive Adhikari as his real estate agent in this transaction. Here to represent his proposal and his desire to bring something what he believes would be a great service to the downtown community of Green Bay. He is online as well. You'll see him in the center of the picture. So he is listening. He did just ask for myself to speak live here on his behalf. So just reiterating the plan proposal and to address the specifics of it. One thing we do want to bring up is the fact that this building was originally a gas station back in its history in the beginning. So we feel we'd be bringing something back to the community that already existed on this property. We also feel that it would bring a great presence to the downtown, servicing the community, both professional and residential in the immediate area on the river and downtown city in this area. So also the restaurant, it would be intended to be an Indian restaurant that has been successfully operated by my client. He does have an operation in Sheboygan called the Spices Bar and Restaurant, and that would be the same operation that would be brought to Green Bay. It has been received very well in that community with great response from the community and its customers and clients. So it's very positive feedback, excellent food. So you'd be bringing that with the full service, would be casual dining. Of course, the intent for the drive-through, because it exists, and would be a convenience to the local people to be able to pick up to go orders. The UPS would be again something either UPS store or very similar, but would bring a great service to the downtown area for deliveries from both residential and professional services in the local community. And that's really all I have. I want to thank you all for considering this. We do feel it will bring a great service to the community again, as I said.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Anyone else that's in attendance tonight? You didn't want to push podium to speak?
Everyone, good evening. Garrett Vader, 300 North Van Buren Street. I'll admit it's a little bit awkward to be up here right now, not only because you're going to be voting on one of my issues later, and I've made it a habit not to speak against another developer's work because I know how hard being a developer is to come up here and do this. And I like this developer, I really do. But I do like my city a lot also. And I come up here speaking as the developer that has put in notable amounts of time, money, and energy just a few blocks east of here. Over 15 million in direct and indirect investment in design and architecture and density that I'd argue remade what people thought of a certain neighborhood and who would want to or be able to live there. As such, I'd like to pose that I have the expertise to ask for a better proposal. Simply put, as presented, this is not good enough. I'm sure the applicant, like the developer, is a wonderful human being. And I like having outside capital and investment in our community, and we need that. And whether one thinks that the former Bank Mutual building is architecturally beautiful or not, I'm in the latter category of that. It's fine to reuse something, but if we're talking about adding new development, I think certain things need to be taken into account.
Number one, authenticity, that we should really try to follow, calls for 3 to 4 story buildings along Monroe. And Monroe corridor is important. It's a gateway corridor. We just approved something earlier tonight on that corridor that has a great presence and density on that site. I'm a big believer that gas stations should not be allowed in the central business district, especially in what I call the box. Maine to Monroe to Walnut to Washington. That's your core civic office, and now I think we're getting into residential and mixed use district. Gas should not be a part of that, in my opinion. There are spots, but like many things in life, it's time and place. There are addition to where you see other fueling stations, there are certain screening requirements that significantly dull the impact of what canopy can be. In reading the public comments, there were seemingly some city lament about CUP, maybe restrictions that would not allow for certain things to be different. I'd like to point out 2 items that the provisions call out. Number 2, that a development as proposed would harm adjacent properties. Forget everything I just talked about in my developments. There is a development across the street proposed at $22 million. In today's inflation, probably 30. With 172 units. I think this significantly impacts that. Secondly, architectural design was item number 3. The gas canopy in context of the development I've done, development proposal across the street, I just don't know if it fits into the neighborhood. It was mentioned, and I appreciate that maybe a previous use of the site was gas. Many sites near downtown were, we all know about these. I would point out and say a little bit tongue in cheek that I own the small little billboard property at Maine and Monroe. And there are city-owned lots around that I've been working on to try and redevelop. It's on pause right now. Many of us know what use used to be on that property. We shouldn't go back to that either, just because it used to be there. So in short, I think something needs to be different with this proposal. Again, it's awkward. I like this guy, I really do. But I like my city, my neighborhood, I've done a lot too, and that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. We'll pivot, I know we got somebody on Zoom that has their hand up. We'll pivot to that. Kenyatta Brown, if you want to speak up.
Hi, my name is Kenyatta Brown. I work with and for the developer of this project. And I think I could probably shed a little bit more light on the project. As the gentleman just said, he wanted to see a little bit more regarding this development. And I can share that if I can share my screen. That might just give a little bit of clarity as far as the development and what we're planning to do.
You want to do that?
No, it has to be evidence in the meeting, or a hearing.
Say it again.
For the public hearing, they can't share, because it has to be something they submitted ahead of time.
Okay.
So at this point, you wouldn't be able to, but during the actual item, if they open the floor, you could then.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you have any other comments besides that?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I didn't realize I had put myself back on mute again. Yes, just that, you know, as a developer, our main focus is to make sure that we are creating something that is beautiful and enhancement to the community. As someone who has their degree in architecture, I totally understand that when it comes to the beautification and preserving the beautification that's already there, it is highly important. And that is the only reason why I don't have renders to share with you just today. It's just because it is very sensitive and we want to make sure that it is not just any kind of typical fuel station. We want to make sure that aesthetically it is pleasing, that it does go in line with not only the architecture that's surrounding it, but also such a monumental piece of architecture that is the building at 201 North Monroe. And so we will be making sure that any kind of designs that we are going to be proposing in the future complement and also enhance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else on Zoom that had a comment they wanted to make? Back to the audience, anyone else that wanted to come forward tonight? Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm Murray Michael, and my entity owns the property at 201 North Monroe, and we're acting as developers of the project. We do three things. We do development, redevelopment, public-private partnership, economic development, with a focus on green buildings and adaptive reuse. Behind you is the Green Bay Press Gazette building. We purchased that, 100-year-old building, and with high integrity and high quality, we redeveloped that and created 300 jobs downtown. You go next down, 519, 521. We bought those buildings. Those were vacant. Homeless people were in there, drugs, things like that. We redeveloped those. Go one more down, 533 East Walnut. We have Alaris Coin. We have now the Family Entertainment Center, and we've done quality work. For Garrett to get up here, I take offense to. We go down one more. What we're proposing to do is we are proposing to do a great project. Save a historical structure. We've had offers to knock that thing down and do things that would not be in the taste of this community. I could accept them, but I chose these guys. You need to do this project. If you want, I'll sell it to somebody else, and away they go. We're going to stay on board and make sure they do the right thing. And we have listened to the public. We've worked with the city. We talked to them for 60 days. We went back on the number of fuel stations. We went back on the ingress and egress. We went back on a bunch of things to make it acceptable and something the city could be proud of. We've got BP as a flag. BP. They could go anywhere. You know, we got UPS, FedEx, one of those business service people. We've got a great restaurant from Sheboygan that's knocking it out of the park. Fantastic reviews. We haven't seen anything like this. This has been a vacant building for 4 or 5 years. Homeless people sleeping in front, throwing rocks and bricks through our windows. And we have people here who are trying to knock this down. Hey, if Garrett wanted to buy it, he could have come here and bought it from me. But he didn't. Instead, he throws a stone, just like the homeless people. We want to do something. We want to, on top of that, we added the charging stations. We increased those. I'm from Detroit. I spend 2 weeks or twice a month here in Green Bay. And there's not a lot of charging stations. And you know, those couple fuel stations we're going to have, probably you come back here in 5 years, 7 years, it's going to be hydrogen and gas, right? And this was a brownfield site. We helped clean it up. We've already put in $150,000 in cleaning up that site. On top of that, we've done Aurora Healthcare's work. We did the first redo of Lambeau Stadium. I was the project manager. We bought the Shopko World Headquarters over in Ashwaubenon. We're working on that. We do quality work. And I don't like Garrett coming up here and throwing mud at me. I was chairman of the Mackinac Bridge for 10 years, 20 years in the Mackinac Bridge Authority. My grandfather built the bridge. We've been in Wisconsin and Michigan since 1738. We live here. We invest here. We've invested hundreds of millions. Garrett's done 15 million. I've been here 35 years. Milwaukee Center, Park Place, Brookfield Lakes, Oshkosh Northwestern building. So, you know, if you want this to be my last project, just let me know. But we've done a lot of good things. We're not looking for any subsidies or incentives. And, I think that this should go through, but that's what I have to say. Please approve it.
Thank you. Anyone else from public here looking to speak on this item?
Hello, I'm George, Lepek. I, have worked with Marie on a couple of projects here in downtown Green Bay. A little newer to the, adaptive reuse and redevelopment, of some of the properties down here. I, own the, old Press Gazette garage and the, two smaller buildings that he was mentioning, and then a couple others, in the area down here. I, understand, what Garrett was saying, there are some concerns. We want to make sure that this is the project for downtown Green Bay here. But, I stand by what Murray said. He, is a great developer down here, and he has the best interest in mind for the city. So I don't see why there can't be a happy median that we can all reach to fit this. So just that's what I have.
That was George, right?
Yes, George.
Address just for the record as well.
Address 533 East Walnut Street.
Thank you. Anyone else from public looking to speak on this item? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Let the record reflect no one has come forward, and this public hearing is now closed. We will move forward to agenda item number 9, which is consideration and possible action on a request by Bashadev Adakari, Green Bay Area Business Development LLC applicant, Green Bay Retail Center LLC property owner for a conditional use permit to allow a convenience store and fueling gas service station within the downtown G1 district at 201 North Monroe Avenue.
Thank you. So, as of this has been a bit of a fluid situation, so it's a bit different from there's revisions to the packet here today, which added some more notations on this. So what you'd be putting here is for 3 different conditional uses for the refuel, for the convenience store, for the drive-through. So let's go and start here with the first subject. Developers must provide initial review IR scoping document and an abbreviated traffic impact analysis report to address the proper number and location of access points for redevelopment. Developers shall engage with BPW and Government Committee on Economic Development, create a revised final plans which satisfy both departments. Where this came from is you saw an initial site plan. This had went through review with different departments. And there are points of the site plan to where they're just standard ordinances that need to be met as far as drive entrances into the property, and going back into the idea of this site actually working for this use in this context that's there right now with the alleyway that is off to the west, and then drive points. Can a gas station work on this site? So as staff, we felt that this use could work here in the context that it has to be small. Looking around at the other gas stations, fair points made by folks who were discussing it about hearing. We do have gas stations in downtown. They are limited in size. In total, we have 17 gas pumps, 34 with both sides in the downtown area. Most of them are 3 pumps, 6 individual gas station pumps to take. We do not have any EV charging stations at any one of those locations. With this in mind, the adaptive reuse of the site itself. If somebody were to come to the site fresh and said, hey, we have gas stations throughout downtown, fair point. But we looked at this as far as the balancing act, as far as the reuse on the site, and what does it mean that the northern part of the property, which was the old bank parking lot, how do you use that site on this property itself? A smaller gas station has the ability to fit in this area. We didn't ask for specific plans. We're looking at more of the use itself. Can it fit on this site? When it comes to things like landscaping, there already is an existing buffer to be fit on both Pine and on Monroe. If the station were small enough, could support the turns and getting out of the property, and if it offered something different to the community, the EV staff felt was appropriate, if those were solidified on the site. to go ahead and work on the property itself. Additionally, we had conversations with the police department as far as what they might want to see on the property. They want to see a photometric plan for lighting on the property itself as far as safety goes. Noted as well, a max of 3 gasoline pumps or 6. That way, these things actually fit and work on the sites. The staff is not looking to see a large gas station fit in the middle of downtown, one that would be more that could fit in with the site specific vertical. And then the EV charging stations. Additionally, for comments, we did hear before this, one with Mr. Bader giving his POV. Another, we were in contact with the developer across the way, Mr. Mackham of the 8-acre property across the street. He's aware of the project, did not make any comment on this. So with this in mind, we are looking to approve the request subject to the 5 conditions that are placed.
Also, a minimum of 3 EV stations, maximum of 3 pumps. Okay. Is it historic, the building?
No.
How old is it? It's like, it's 50s,
That's a good question.
70s maybe? But it's not actually historic.
No.
Okay. Questions from commissioners?
And these conditions were discussed already with the applicant, and I assume that they're.
Yeah, so this has been a fluid back and forth as far as what the site plan could contain. I'm talking with the development folks and with different members of departments around City Hall. And yeah, this be okay from their team.
So in regards to, I saw the wire, looks like a wire cut onto Monroe, right? And then the concern is with circulation with the alley and how that would get.
Right, so there would need to be, this site plan right here would not be approved. But the overall concept of having a drive entrance off of Pine through the alleyway area and entrance off Monroe is acceptable, but it would have to meet both the typical standards that you have for a site plan review for drive entrances, and we have to meet the conditions that DPW placed on with the traffic impact analysis and the initial review on their end to ensure that points can work for this project. For instance, in this site plan right here, which would not be approved, over in the northwest corner, you have 2 drive entrances. You have 1 large drive entrance to 40 people. Not acceptable, too wide. So that has to get reduced, and the IR and TIA will help, as well as the code itself will help determine what can be applied to the site.
The alley is one way, right?
The alley right now doesn't have any way.
Okay.
It's a free for all.
Would that be part of it, is to probably make it a one way?
Right, that should come in with your overall traffic impact analysis on the site.
And it looks like, so to the west, there's no barrier between that parking lot. Is that a couple of childcare's parking lot? I think.
Right, so
There's nothing breaking those 2 up. It's the parking lot and then the alleyway.
yeah, so there's 2 parking lots. To the north, it would be the Encompass.
Okay.
The drive entrance that leads to their surface lot. And to the south, it is a surface lot that is a
Okay.
standalone lot for that owned by the food bank.
Got it. Okay. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
When was the last time that building was in service?
5 years?
So looking back on Street View, there was a signage up for on Bank Mutual back in 2017, go to 2018, no more signs. So about 5 years ago.
I have a question, but I can comment. In
Comment
discussion,
away.
yeah.
I'll take it.
There, I enjoy that there's multiple developers that want and care very deeply for Green Bay. I think that's an important thing. That's just throwing that out there first of all. The two problems I have with it, one comment about the gas station situation with the pumps. That I understand it was historically a gas, well, within reason, historically a gas station. But since then, many other gas stations, as we've talked about, have come up, and even in the report, it says we're in no shortage of gas pumps in the city. The EV charging stations are a unique thing. I think we will see them. Do we need to do this project in order to find 3 stations for the city? I'm not convinced by that this is the only option for us to do EV charging stations to go ahead with this project. I think it's a good attribute to be looking at. That ties into my other major concern with this is that I hear a lot of people talking, we need housing, we need unique attributes to this downtown area. There's been great work that's already been done in the area and everyone has said that some of the great projects. I don't hear anyone yelling for more gas stations and printing places and a restaurant necessarily right there. So this seems like a retrofit that with good intentions, but I'm not convinced that this is the project for that site for Green Bay. So I am not in favor of the project as presented with conditions. So.
I'll try to be a devil's advocate for you. So there must be a demand if they're willing to build it for those services. The EV is definitely intriguing because I'm trying to think where the closest EV charger is besides this. Not close. If it was brought to us as a restaurant and a print shop, UPS, FedEx, Ship Point, whatever, would we have different feelings compared to the gas station being attached to it? So is it about the usage of the gas station, or is it about the site and how we would like to see it developed? Because I think probably everybody here would say it's not the highest and best use within the periphery of downtown to have a gas station, but adding a restaurant to the area, I think most people would view as a amenity in that regard. It's a big site. I probably understand why they're going for 3 different uses is to fill out that area. It probably is too big for a standalone Indian restaurant. Probably why you need these other uses to make it work.
Well, I would play devil's advocate back to you, sir. And say, I mean, the motion that is the agenda item is actually to allow for the CUP for convenience store and fueling gas station. I mean, it's already stated here that the retail store and restaurant would be a permitted use anyway. So what we're actually considering here is not those two, we're considering the gas. And I'm not convinced by the stations myself. So even just taking that, not considering the restaurant or the print shop.
That's true. If they wanted to bring in both of those, they could do it without coming.
Correct.
So,
But it's the gas station element, that's why we're here. Is that correct, staff?
Yeah, there's 3 things that are just drive through the restaurant, it's a gas station, it is the convenience store. They're all part of the same. Now I get there are different parts that are potentially more acceptable than others, but it's all part of one request.
But it says here that in the report, an office supply, retail store and restaurant are permitted use.
Right, those are the drive-through aspect of the restaurant that was its own.
Yeah. So it's 2 things, that's why it's here. It's
Yeah.
gas station and it's the drive-through element.
And the convenience store, they're all considered different things. So you can have a convenience store on its own right without a gas station.
Yeah.
The drive-through, we did a CUP for that on Main, was that 901 Main? Not 901. I don't know if it ever went through, but we did put a CUP on that newer apartment building next to the Greyhound station.
That was for a drive-through.
Coffee or something. I don't think that ever went in, right? But
No.
so it wouldn't have been the first time we've approved a CUP for a drive-through within the D1 district. If that is D1 out there. I mean, that's it. You know, but that was a couple.
That was followed with the text amendment, I believe, that addressed drive-throughs downtown, made them more of a acceptable use.
Okay. But as it's stated right now, you still would need a CUP to put a drive-through through. It's just a bit easier.
For a drive-through restaurant.
That's a restaurant.
Yeah, the regulations were relaxed.
Okay.
Well, the design regulations were what we adjusted, like the bypass lane with speaker box location. that kind of stuff.
I got you. Okay, so the actual use is what you need to see if you see.
Correct.
For the design elements for this.
Mhm.
Correct. Okay.
Question for staff, when you say this is fluid, this has been a fluid process, have the uses of it actually been fluid? Like, has it always been, we're coming in here to do a print shop in a gas station or restaurant, I mean?
Right, the uses themselves include the design, particularly the northern part of the property, is what's been changing around. To know, can this site work with then that use? So that's what's fluid. And then when it came to the drive-through, would the existing drive-through actually be used for a restaurant? That's where it's going to be. Or I just say, could it be? Could it be allowed?
Could be.
Yes, yeah.
But if this was to pass tonight and pass council, they can still make changes to that, or is that there is a print shop going in for sure? There, I mean, we can't really.
They still, the main thing being there, so you have your conditions, but it has to meet the rest of the municipal code. So there are site design considerations that would have to be met. Primarily, this goes back to our TIA and making sure there's ingress and egress works, and just general site design for, say, with the driveways and entry points, things of that sort.
I personally would like to see the site activated in some way. We got too many of these vacant buildings, empty parking lots sitting around the downtown periphery as is, so getting something in there is appealing. That activates the site, improves it. It may not be perfect in regard to what we're looking for within this area, but look at the map, it's surrounded by empty parking lots. It's at least a developed lot that's generating revenue. Tax revenue for the city should improve the value of it. It's not perfect, but it is something on there. So I'm inclined to be in favor of it, but it is definitely not the highest and best use of a lot near downtown. I will admit that.
Has there been any comment from the alders? Alder City.
Johnson.
I thought it was
Yeah,
okay.
Just gonna. We spoke, no specific comment on the phone. Just questions.
I know there was the person on Zoom who did have more information about the design of the building. I'm willing to take a look at that, but I think we're really talking about usage, if we want a gas station or not. I don't want to get too caught up. And I also want to move this along tonight because we got a lot to go yet.
I will make a motion to deny.
The one of you two asked a second, not to put the pressure on.
Well, I have concerns about the traffic flow and utilizing the alley. It looks like the parking. Again, parking not an issue, but the traffic from the parking off of the alley. That's how it was utilized before when Bank Mutual was there.
Right, yeah. Back when Bank Mutual was there were parking stalls that were directly out the alley onto a 12-foot alleyway, so. Not the best possible, that's right there. But that's not atypical downtown as far as our alley is being 12 feet wide and not being two-way ingress egress out of it. There are signed ones, for instance, we have it here at City Hall, it's signed, it goes north to south, it does exist.
And we have having the parking directly off of that alleyway though. So you're backing into traffic.
Right, that doesn't exist here, yeah.
I mean, is that a concern at all? Or is
It would be addressed through the review here with DPW. It is a concern. When we had our discussions as both staff members and development team at the technical review. Thought there were ways to make this work.
But as you mentioned, this site plan, as we saw, would not be approved.
Correct, it would not be approved.
Again, you're really kind of looking at the uses, how they affect, the site affects them, of course, but really essentially the uses I think right out of that technical review meeting we had is where the requirement for a traffic impact analysis was birthed. So yes, that is concern from professional engineering staff as well. Okay. Look at the study.
The traffic is a concern. I feel like that's the address. Probably the most robust way that we can in that regard. Traffic and flow and growth. So, yeah. We can't go any higher than that, I think, than a TIA.
I can note as far as part of the fluidity of this. Initially, staff had some recommendations. We talked then with DPW, who said they felt that that umbrella was the better way to go, the TIA, rather than giving specifics at the moment as far as stating potential, say, one-way traffic, is that sort of.
I have a district. This is part of the downtown. I would think so, right? Sorry.
It does also seem odd to me that if this wasn't to be approved, if this current design would not be approved. You know, we're almost giving our approval to something that we haven't actually seen, and that's would be another concern.
I mean, idea would be giving an approval to a gas station along with the other uses. And leaving it up to staff as well as, the traffic impact analysis to inform the staff on how to go about it for site plan.
But it would never come back to us. I mean,
Correct.
whatever ends up would never
Unless
come back to
they
us.
wanted to change something substantive on the PUD, that they would have to come back for a change. CUP, sorry.
And this would go to council
Next week.
next week. I stand by my motion.
So do you have a motion on the floor? Alder Hutchison, did you have something? Sorry.
I've heard discussions that this doesn't seem to be a fit downtown. I heard developer discuss his background and what was done. Heard another developer giving another opinion. Been sitting there 5 years. The fact that there's work going on back and forth. Gonna be a small gas station. And have electrical hookups. As well as having a restaurant. That you can drive through, which I think is more important than people realize in this day and age. Is tipping me over a little bit. I'm gonna probably get discussed, if this passes, I'll get next week, I'll have to defend if I vote in favor of it, but at the same time, I don't have an issue voting in favor of it, so I will not second the current motion.
You can,
If I can. Alder too, I mean, I think that if it has been vacant for 5 years, 3 of those years have been impacted by COVID pretty severely from a development project standpoint. I am convinced that we will see charging stations across the city. I don't see how this is the only project for us to ever get EV charging stations in the city of Green Bay. I think that it's a great attribute, that's a good selling point for sure. I mean, from a marketing standpoint, it's a great thing to say. If we do this, but the rest of the project, it just seems like a compromise in order to get those 3 charging stations in one spot in the city. And I'm sure that as they become more readily available, that they will pop up across the city, as I'm sure they do in other locations. So I have made the motion because I'm not convinced that this is the only chance for us to get EV charging stations in the city.
I get that.
I want to put you on the spot.
I know.
I don't put you on the spot, but I gotta put you on. The spot.
Yeah, I know. Just the concerns that I have are, well, can potentially be addressed with the traffic analysis,
Would
so
you be more comfortable once you see that?
I would be more comfortable once I would see that, yes, but
Door number 3 is we hold it until we get that. I don't think. developer is gonna want to probably be happy with waiting, but that is an option we have. Right, not to hold until we get that TIA.
Which would take how long?
Probably a couple weeks, month.
Part of the issue is our traffic engineers leaving city here.
Right.
This one or so. So they can provide and talk with DPW to make that process work. And to note, as far as development goes, nothing could actually, this, if you were to approve this, nothing could go, if you were. to
Until
approve
we
it,
got that.
Until you got that, yeah.
Conditions down there.
So would it be held before the city council? That's my question about going to city council. So city council will still approve it with the same condition. If this was, we were to approve it tonight and it goes to city council next week, clearly none of these reports will be finished by next week. So the city council would be asked to either approve or deny or hold until such time as the reports are done. I suppose.
They could also hold, they can override whatever we do tonight, but.
Correct. Typically, when those TIAs are requested, the project is usually conditioned on the results satisfying, in this case, with the public works staff. So if they could not mitigate the impacts of a traffic impact analysis, the process that the project would basically fail at that point because they can't meet that condition. If they can meet the conditions of a traffic impact analysis impacts, then it's mitigated and it's okay to go forward. But usually it's difficult to ask somebody to hold a project up, spend a bunch of money to do an analysis and then have that possibly be denied.
Yeah.
There's some assurance there that if they can mitigate the issues in the traffic impacts analysis, that they can go forward, feel more comfortable when you're spending money.
Yeah.
So that's why when I keep saying it's a conditional use, and I understand that the traffic and the use are a concern to you. But it's a little different than like a planned unit development where you can regulate where the parking goes. You couldn't tell them,
Right.
move your EV stations over here, not relevant to the conditional use.
And that's what I was saying is the use. Again, are we okay with the gas station? I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Right, if there's nothing they could do for traffic. They could do whatever and you still don't like the gas station use. So there's your answer.
The second motion. Okay, so.
Can I, sorry,
Sorry.
sorry, this is Basudev Adhikari. I was driving and can I share my thoughts for a few minutes, please?
We have to take up the motion regardless for that. So, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Craddock, motion to deny, correct, seconded by Commissioner Novinsky. I feel we're gonna be split on this one, so I'll take roll call vote on it.
Mr. Vice Chair, even with a motion on the floor, we can still open the floor because that's not a
We, if you so desire.
Well, I feel if the petitioner wants to speak, I would make a motion to open the floor.
Second. So we'll put the motion for denial on hold for the moment. Motion by Commissioner Craddock to open the floor, seconded by by Alder Hutchinson to open the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'll open the floor again to the applicant. If you want to, is he still muted?
Yes, do I need them, sir?
If you could unmute yourself.
Okay,
All right, sorry for that, just procedural to get the floor open for you, but yes, go ahead with your comments.
sure. Thank you, everyone, and good evening. Like I heard all the pros and cons of the project. And basically, the total amount of this to complete this project is going to be like $4 million. We will have at least 30 to 40 employees. And I also have some kind of thought in my my mind how I'm going to operate this place. And as we say, we don't want another gas station in the downtown area. Yeah, that can be an option, but what's wrong having another gas station, in terms of like, people can stop, get gas service, and a restaurant need of downtown. It's going to help economically, employment wise, and it's not going to create anything. It's not going to add anything negative. It's going to make something positive from where we are right now over there. If it was degrading the value in multiple terms, then, that's how one side, definitely there could be better projects. I don't deny that. But looking at the current situation, when we went in the building, when we were looking in front of the building and on the back side of the building, the situation over there was kind of, garbage bags and all other different things. And as Murray was mentioning, being a responsible developer who is working in the town, the city, to make things better, and we have examples of what he has done. And I don't know exactly how long it was vacant. I came up, saw the spot, came up with an idea, and only trying to make it better. There definitely could be better alternatives. We always have better options and choices in the business, in society. But what we have right now, in my opinion, is way better than what is there. When is our next option coming, like, something coming over there? We don't know. And I assure you, as a business, not only as a businessman, I will be part of that community too. I have multiple other things already in DPR Green Bay area, and I want to grow and do something over there. And this project, I assure you, this project will prove what I am talking and how I want to operate it. And regarding those back and forth about those fueling stations, I would like to share something. Being in business, on one hand, we are looking about how can we upgrade and benefit to the society. And on the other hand, we are also looking from financial viability. So having 4 dispensers would allow more cars to pump fuel at the same time in rush hour, but they didn't agree with that. So we went down back to 3 dispensers. And yes, there could be multiple charging stations in 10 years. Maybe the scenario will be whole different. There will be charging stations in every corner. That doesn't mean we should not have it here, or somebody wants to do it here. Why not let him, maybe let me start it and do it. Let other people come in. Maybe other people in other gas stations will see this example. Well, he has 3 charging stations. Now we want to have 10 charging stations in a different location. So that will help somehow for the green project and everything. Having that restaurant, I also go to Milwaukee, Chicago, Green Bay, and I use Indian restaurant. I go to these places, and I very honestly say that I am proud of the place I am running in Sheboygan. You can go and check online regarding those comments. I will run that place professionally, and that will set an example in the community. And I hope having that canopy and the lights, it may have little bit of impact when anything comes. There are little bit good and the bad sides, but I don't think it's going to hinder in any way to the community and to the city. People know there are, whenever we drive here and there, we see gas stations. So there is another gas station. I don't see anything wrong with that. and it will be convenient. Even sometimes we want to go to restrooms and it's hard, we have to find gas stations, and it's in the downtown area. So if we can keep it clean, you know, provide quality service, I think this would be a good fit over there based on the needs and all those kind of things. And thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to share my few words. Thank you. Whatever the committee likes, we will work with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Sorry, 1 second. Could we get your address and company for the record?
My address would be 916 Mulberry Lane, Kohler, Wisconsin, 53044. That's my home address. We can use that for Green Bay Area Business Development LLC.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Who had that? Second. Alder Hutchinson, close the floor. Commissioner Braddock, second. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Floor is now closed. That help? Any questions from that before we move to the motion that you had for denial?
I think the petitioner for discussion.
Okay.
But it still doesn't convince me that even when he said there could be other projects down the line, I again don't see the urgency of needing this use in downtown. So I'm still not convinced by that. So I stand by the motion to deny.
I stand by my second. Okay. Any other comments? Alder, good? No? No. Okay. I'll take a roll call vote on this one because I think we'll have some split on it. Commissioner Braddock. And this is, I'm sorry, this is for denial. So yes means
yes.
Not yet.
Deny. Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Ravinsky. Aye. Alder Hutchinson. Nay. Vice Chair Miller, nay as well, which means we're split. We either need, well, we're gonna need another motion. And I can't make it, so. Can you second? I don't think I can second either.
Help us.
That will check with the Robert's rules of order, but I think in this scenario where there are enough people to do that, you wouldn't be able to initiate or second. If it were three.
Split. Okay.
I can look at the rules if you want, but I know.
With this number of people, I think it's gonna be a little tough. Yeah, so we would need either one of you to change your mind, Alder Hutchinson to make a motion that convinces one of you to. Or. Well, we gotta find some way out of it, so.
Well, this
It's not bad.
either way, it's going to council next week.
If we, well, deny, they would get the report of it, you guys could pull it and figure it out.
Either way, it would go to council. So really, you made a motion to deny, you got a second, didn't pass.
You
The
could
real
run it
logical
again.
thing would be to you could run that same motion again or make a motion to approve. If you don't get an approval on that, it goes 2-2. It's basically a recommendation to deny at that point.
Motion to deny.
Make the same motion.
Well, you just said make the same motion.
You can make the same motion, but usually there's some discussion in advance. I mean, you can make the motion to approve. Get a second and not get a majority vote, and that is basically a denial.
Oh, so it's a different path to.
Different path for the same.
But it moves it along to council.
Well, both of them.
Not that I'm telling you which motion or what to say, but that would be a path that it would go for.
Well, we aren't gonna get a fifth here tonight, so I think our best in the interest of the applicant is to get this to council so they have their day there at least.
Motion to approve.
Well, okay, hold on. We've got a motion to deny. Second. No second. I'll say that died. Ken puts a motion to approve. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Alder Hutchinson to approve. Any other discussion for that? Okay. Roll call vote again. Commissioner Ravinsky. Nay. Alder Hutchinson. Aye. Commissioner Braddock.
Nay.
And Vice Chair Miller. Aye. So 2-2 for denial, but other way around.
2-2 for approval.
For approval,
That
but
motion
die.
failed.
It failed, sorry. But that does satisfy what we need to do here to move it to. All right, so that will be on the council agenda for next.
Correct.
Okay,
But it's still the no. The
it
motion.
was a 2-2.
Yeah, a 2-2.
So
So
it's,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Wait, failed to-
Failed to approve, thank you. That's what we got. Okay. On to agenda item number 10, this is another public hearing on a request for a conditional use permit at 3102 South Sandstone Court to construct a two-family dwelling, semi-detached and a low-density residential R1 zoning district submitted by Next Gen Investments Property Owners. That's me, John, thank you.
All right, so this is over on the far west side. This is like the intersection of Sandstone when it turns into a court and becomes a cul-de-sac. This area was platted about 5 to 7 years ago. And there's been a few properties that have developed in the meantime. Right now, it is zoned low density residential and the future land use is for low density residential. Surrounded by low density residential with a slight bit of conservancy off to the west. So in the next slide, you'll see what's existing conditions on the property. This is looking west down the road. So in the subdivision, there's only been 2 homes that have been built so far on those parcels. And on the next slide, you'll see what the parcel looks like right now. It's a corner lot. If you were on this board in 2021, this probably looks familiar to you. This was approved as a duplex back in 2021. However, action wasn't taken because the developer at that time passed away. And so Next Gen has come back and is offering a very similar proposal as to what was put forth approximately 2 years ago on the site. So it's a corner lot. For this, they are looking to place on the lots. That's the next slide, please. Garages on both of the intersections on the parcel itself. The building design look is pretty similar to the existing homes that are out there that are pretty contemporary, low density type of look out there. As far as the site goes, it's a larger site. You'll have noticed if you look pretty carefully in the plans that not every individual, they showed a number of site plans, or not site, but different designs as far as erosion control and things of that sort. They all varied a little bit. Going back to use, not an issue in our book. They didn't have the exact details. They'll have to have the exact details when it comes down to an actual site plan for review.
Thank you, John. For the last time from there, right? Public hearing has been properly posted and public notification has been published in the press time. The plan commission is interested in hearing public comments on the subject agenda items. We invite your comments and ask that after your name has been called, you state your address, whether you represent a group or association, whether you favor, oppose, or only providing information on this matter, as well as your comments and concerns. We also have to define your testimony to the facts related to the proposal at hand and avoid repetitive testimony. City staff will provide a presentation in the public hearing, and questions raised by the public may be asked, but they will not be answered by staff until the upcoming actionable item. Must be recognized by the planning commission in order to speak, and please address your comments to the chair. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. To speak during this public hearing, you may unmute yourself at the bottom of the screen. Use the raise hand function on Zoom. Physically raise your hand if you're using the video feature. *6 to unmute yourself when calling in. We will now begin the public hearing on the agenda item 10. Conditional use permit at 3102 South Sandstone Court to construct a two-family dwelling, semi-detached in a low-density residential zoning district submitted by Next Gen Investments Property Owners. We'll start with those in attendance tonight. If you want to make a comment on this, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening.
I'm Colonel Howlett, a retired Marine. I live at 1370 Fox River Drive. I am the owner of the lot to the immediate north, the one to the immediate east, to the lots that are on the opposite side of the road. And in fact, I own 17 lots, not including the one that's on West Point Road, which we just poured the footings for today. My big concern is that, first of all, I did not come by this property happily. Bart Reinisch was a friend of mine, and I provided financing for him. Unfortunately, he died, and the family could not pay all the money that was owed. And their attorney worked out a deal that I would get the property, but I had to pay $60,000 in back property tax. I am not happy about trying to become a developer in my 80s. I know I don't look like I'm that old, but I am. It's all my good living in the Marine Corps. I'm opposed, first of all, from a personal point of view, because if you put a duplex in that location, think about how much more difficult it is going to be for me to sell single-family homes in that area, which has been historically single-family homes. Now, I don't know where the nearest duplex is in that area, because I'm not really that familiar with the area. I'm sure we have people here who can address that issue. But it makes it difficult for me, and I've talked with quite a number of the people in that area who are opposed to having a single family, a duplex in what has traditionally been a single family area. So from a financial point of view, I think you can see my point. This is going to really hurt me. And at my age, I don't like getting hurt financially. Okay, I think I should let yield my time to a couple here that amongst the many that had expressed their desire not to approve this use.
Thank you for your comments and your support.
Thank you for letting me talk. My name is Ken Frisk. My address is 1331 Sandstone Place. There'll be one, I'm on the opposite side of the street of where this is going to be where it's proposed to build. So I am opposed to it. We've been living there. It'll be 26 years now in September. And when we moved there, it was all woods. It was just woods. They said that at some point it was going to be developed. So, but when they did develop it, it was going to be all single family housing. So part of the reason that we wanted to be there was for single families. We have been renters before. We have rented a duplex. I know a lot of people that have duplexes. Some are good, some are bad, but in my opinion, the people don't quite take care of the area, the place as well as they would as if they have a stake in it and own it. So again, not to push, we had something earlier today, kind of the same line, but you know, as far as property values and stuff, we don't know who's going to move into it. We don't know any of that. So I don't really want to dwell on that. But personally, I would prefer to just have single family dwellings in the area as was proposed when we first moved in there. That's what it's been since we've been there. There are some two family dwellings 2 blocks away from us would be to the north. But everything from that to the south all the way to West Point is all single family. So I just like to keep it that way. One of the other things is since Thomas has owned that place, when they put the road through and developed for the road to go through, we saw Bart, who was the original owner, a few times. And they actually developed because they had to fix our yard and stuff, make it all good. But whoever owns the property now that they're talking about developing, we have not seen that person since this whole thing has started. Thomas is there, I can't say every day, but this guy is there cleaning up that property. If you go back, when you get an opportunity to look at all those woods, if you were to look at those pictures and see and take a ride by there and take a picture of it now and see what this person did all on his own, cleaning up those woods. This is a person that really cares about the neighborhood and what it's going to look like. And, you know, when I see that kind of a difference, I'm a little leery about why this person, when they originally purchased it, were willing to put up a single family dwelling. But now at this point, with conditions and everything changing, now they just want to put a duplex up. So that concerns me a little bit as far as how much do they really care about the neighborhood. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sabrina Frisk. I live at 1331 Sandstone Place. I am opposed as well as my husband is too. We've lived there for 26 years, raised and grown our children there. As you know, the gentleman that used to own the property has passed away. We knew him quite well, as we know Thomas quite well. They both were, or both are, still are, very interested in keeping the area similar to what it is. I appreciate that. We are on the far west side of town. I know I heard the discussion earlier that yes, more towns are going with different types of homes in their community areas. When I was in front of this committee in 2016, because you were going to put the road through, that was one thing that this committee did promise us at that time, that it would stay single family. I know people bring petitions, amendments, blah, blah, blah. But I'm hopeful that you will continue to at least preserve that part of our area. And since we're far removed out to the west side, it won't really cause a lot of hassle. Just saying. But I would hope that you would understand where we are coming from. I know you saw some pictures out there. It's pretty barren out there. And I really think that the area would benefit from single family home versus duplex homes. Like my husband said, about 2 blocks up are duplex homes from us. Many are not well cared for. I am not trying to discriminate by any means, but we tend to take better care of our things when we purchase them ourselves and own them ourselves. So thank you for listening this evening and for such a late evening.
Thank you for hanging with us.
May I add something more?
Just one time, unfortunately, folks. We're gonna open up the floor after this, so we can invite you back up at that time.
You want me to speak now?
If for the public here, we can only have you speak one time, sorry. Understood. Anyone else from the audience wishing to speak on this item? Anyone else wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Let the record reflect no one else has come forward, and this public hearing is now closed. We'll move on to agenda item 11, consideration with possible action and request for a conditional use permit at 3102 South Sandstone Court to construct a 2-family dwelling, semi-detached in a low density residential zoning district submitted by Next Gen Investments property owners.
Yeah, so when we're reviewing whether or not we recommend approval, we can look at the code to note 2-family dwellings semi-detached within R1 and R2 districts, and land development centers that are needed for that. So number 1 is no parking shall be located in the front yard between the front facade and the street except for the permitted driveway. And so this has the access on both streets. If the primary entrance of the structure is not facing the streets, the Director of Community and Economic Development may choose to require its location face street. That's not in play here. In fact, it has 2 individual entrances up 2 streets, utilizing the corner lot itself. This third one, new housing types should be introduced in limited quantities to increase diversity and housing choice. not to replace whole blocks of existing housing. Therefore, no semi-detached dwelling shall be constructed and no single family dwelling shall be converted into semi-detached dwelling. The distance of 300 feet from any other two-family or multifamily on the same block. That's what you haven't seen before. I'll note the nearest two-family to this parcel is approximately 375 feet away as the crow flies on West Point. There's a property that happens to be a CUP for a two-family off to the southwest of this parcel. And then finally, semi-detached dwellings shall be designed to reflect the general architectural style of the surrounding buildings on the block. And staff would feel that the drawings that were shown are in a general look and feel of other buildings that are new and have been built in recent years in that area. So with that in mind, staff does recommend approval of the request for the two-family on the site.
Thank you, John. Commissioners, questions for staff?
Is there anyone from the developer? Speaking.
Present. No, if you had any contact with them. Not anybody jumping up either, so.
No.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it. Okay. No. Motion to approve.
Second.
I would note again, 2001 did it, or sorry, 2021 already did approve it. And as we went through the last one, this is pretty common in the city corner lots with the access on both sides. So historically, this has been something we approved.
And
To add to that too, I think, looking at the design that staff brought forward here, is
Does the-
actually significantly better than the one that we already approved.
Yeah.
That one, I think fit, but this one definitely matches that one fit more with the existing to the north. This one fits more with the new, off the new cul-de-sac. I'm comfortable.
It does seem to be a higher quality.
It does seem like really high quality.
I appreciate the comments from the public though, and I think that's a concern for the neighborhood. However, when we're looking at this as a commission based on the structure itself, we're not looking at those who will occupy the structure as well and how they'll care for their yards. And I think there are processes in place in the city for those, if there are concerns of any property owner, whether they're in a single family home or a duplex or whatever, to follow through. So I'd put that to the neighbors as well as there's concerns with any owner of any property. So I don't think that we can just penalize duplex renters in that situation as a commission, especially with this particular item. So second.
We also don't know, it could be owner occupied, we don't know that.
It could be.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, who motioned it first? Sorry, motion from Commissioner Ravinsky, for approval, seconded by Commissioner Paradic. Any other discussion?
We going to open the floor. I think there's an additional comment.
Up to you guys.
Second.
Putting the motion for approval on hold, or motion by Alder Hutchinson, second by Commissioner Paradic to open the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You want to come forward? Thank you.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express once. The reason I make that little light comment is that I do believe in legal precedents. And when I think about the promise that was made to the people in the area when that thing was, when the road was put in, or it was promised to the people in the area that it would only be single-family dwellings, I think there is a legal precedent that should be upheld. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just not a very good attorney. But to me, a person's word is worth something. And if you as a group are going to break the word of a previous plan commission, I'm sorry, I gotta leave.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak?
Motion to close.
Okay. Motion to close the floor by Commissioner Braddock, seconded by Commissioner Vinsky to close the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Nice to have that motion. Going back to the motion, by Commissioner Vinsky to approve, seconded by Commissioner Braddock. Any other discussion?
Is there any comment from the staff about the resident concern?
Right, so as noted, this was approved back in 2021. I'm looking right now to try to see if there was anything that was noted from back then, but I can't find at the moment. But that said, if somebody did say the code states that you can have this type of use as a conditional use in development, it has to meet the standards, and the staff we both did.
We zone for R1, we don't zone for a single family.
Correct, we do not, in no way do we zone for single family, we zone for low density, and there are conditions that are placed upon it to make that work, and we felt that this development met those conditions.
And from what you're aware, that was never a consideration that they were only would zone. They've only zoned for R1, they've never been able to put that in place.
Correct, even if you put that into a plat, the zoning code would trump it and it allows for it within the conditions that are put forward. I did not check with the plat.
It would depend on the plat, we don't know, it's not like that.
Just for the sake.
It would have had to been a private covenant that was done when the properties were sold.
But it doesn't seem to be appear this was a case back in 2021, because that passed without much issue.
So that.
Sorry, no comments from. We will point out, if there's any comments, please direct it to your alder, Jesse Burnett. That would be, and we'll be at commission on Tuesday, so that's your next opportunity. Definitely make a commitment to do that. Okay, sorry. Motion by Commissioner Vinsky, seconded by Commissioner Braddock for approval. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. On to number 12. In this, or consideration of possible action and requesting amending the city's official map by removing multiple roadways and adding an extension of Hinkle Street running from West Mason Street south to Hobart Drive, submitted by GBHMC West Mason LLC property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Lake Chairman. So this is a request for an official map amendment. It's actually combined there. There will be a street vacation coming in following this, but this is an official map. Just to refresh you all what official map is. So there's empty land. And you reserve areas on that land for parks, for roadways. And you do that intentionally to give a guiding spot for utilities, utility placement in crossing streets. And then also to either direct developers to not build in those areas where the roads, parks, or other officially mapped items would be. So this property was actually annexed to the city. There's a much larger piece in the late 1950s. In slowly divided off the frontage along West Mason, the frontage along Hobart Drive. And kind of left the interior of this property sort of unreachable. At that time, Bellwood Lane was starting to be developed. You can see it went in about 3 lots, probably about 400, 500 feet, maybe a little longer. And at that point, it was then officially mapped. And actually, the green line in here is a dedicated right of way that brings Bellwood down, Springdale up, and Meadowbrook over to the east, which actually continued part of that had been vacated. And then the dash lines you see in the yellow dash lines are all officially mapped roadways. So in this way, you can kind of see what I was saying, connects down to Springdale on the south and creates a neighborhood infrastructure. In this way, the city put in a sewer line that runs right along Bellwood Lane, a sanitary line that goes up Bellwood Lane, continues over and basically goes under the highway to the east. So that official map happened in 1970. Since then, so over 50 years, a little over 50 years, there have been multiple requests to amend that officially mapped roadways. None of them received much discussion because there's a lot of fear of wetlands in that area. There is definitely floodplain in that area and other environmentally sensitive areas within the interior, sort of east of Beaver Dam Park. And Beaver Dam Creek, which is to the south. I believe it was 2019, the current petitioner conducted a wetland delineation and a floodplain study. And basically, it's not shown on this map, but identified all of those wetlands and floodplains within the central portion. And at that time, when those results came out, we realized that the interior of that lot is not developable. So the vast majority of the 25 to 30 acres in there, probably only about 9 is developable. Over multiple years, there were discussions on how to get access to the developable 10 acres in the interior of the site. The logical recourse would be bring Hinkle down to come in. There have been discussions on, do you bring Springdale up? It's almost impossible to cross the creek. And also the wetlands and floodplain in that area will not allow a road to go in there. Also, Bellwood cannot be extended east. Back in the 50s, they used to pipe rivers and navigable waterways. They put them in a sewer pipe. They did that. The owners of the property did not develop the rest of the site. And DNR rules changed. You can no longer pipe navigable waterways. You can't change this. So the end of Bellwood's the end of Bellwood. It can't extend any further. The pipe exits, the creek goes through the pipe and then continues as a creek, and you can kind of see it goes down to Beaver Dam Creek to the south and then off to the east. Excuse me. So and the developer probably talk a little bit more about that when he looked at the area and looked at developable area within the inside of the property, as well as some of the issues we've been having with the frontage road and the frontage road access going up to Mason Street. The proposal is to extend Hinkle Street to the south, curve it over to the west, and connect to Hobart Drive. And that is what's being requested here. So really 2 actions: to remove the official map for all of the interior streets that are shown in yellow, and to add to the official map Hinkle Street's extension to the south. So here's what's showing. Sorry. So the white lines are obviously the officially mapped roads. The green lines are actually dedicated roads. Those were dedicated at one point, just never subdivided or built. And I think there might be one more. And ultimately, this is the developer's submittal, would be to extend Hinkle down and do a small residential subdivision on the west of extended Hinkle. And leaving about, looks like about 3 acres, a little less than 3 acres on the east side for potentially other development. But the remainder of that site is currently undeveloped. I would like to mention, since this is a public hearing, I received 3 communications from people who couldn't be here. They asked me to read those. The one is Lori D. Starkey at 1302 Hobart. I'll read that email. I live on.
She is here. I am here, but I mean, I don't know if you want to read that or if you want.
Would you like me to still read it? You requested that I read it.
Can I just point out, it doesn't say public hearing on here.
Oh, it's not a public hearing.
No, so I just want to
Sorry.
point that out.
Not a public hearing. Oh, would you like me to read it for you? Or you wanna?
You can, because would I be able to, because you have it on
You
here
can still
twice, if
comment.
there's something missed, I could add to it.
Sure.
It's 2 different actions that way.
So I can read this. I live on Hobart Drive. I received your letter showing a road cutting through Beaver Dam Park. Strongly oppose a road to go through and destroying Beaver Dam Park, especially the trees. Our mature trees are important for shade. Many parks have play areas and sun, and it gets too hot to even use the play area. This is our only park in our community. There are many people that walk down Hobart Drive to the park, walking their dogs. Families and small kids that bicycle down to Hobart to the park. We have meetings in the pavilion. Easter egg hunts, birthday parties are constantly held there. This is an important part of our community. You can't replace mature trees, and having a place for our neighbors to get together. Please share at your July 24th meeting how important our park is for our neighborhood. Thank you, Lori. To start, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. I got a second letter from Gary Lapaz from 1246 Hobart Drive. 2-minute May concern on May 17th, on Monday, July 17th, 2023. Received your notice. regarding the request to amend the city's official map by removing multiple roadways and adding an extension of Hinkle Street running from Mason Street south to Hobart. My family has been in residence at 1246 Hobart Drive for well over half a century at this point in time. I was just a kid upon our first visit and was absolutely enchanted by the woodlands, as were my parents. Little did I know what was about to happen. I can still hear those beautiful trees crash into the ground with the onset of suburban sprawl. And now for this latest proposal, even the last tattered remnants in Beaver Dam Park are up for grabs. The heap insult onto injury. The roadway extension map shows it dead ending at my driveway. How nice. The pain is simply inexplicable. Sincerely, yours, Gary. Left has 1246 Hobart Drive. And one more communication. Writing this in regard to the proposed road through Beaver Dam Park from West Mason Street to Hobart Drive. When I realized it would be directing traffic from West Mason to my house and down Hobart, I was very upset. I imagine the value of the homes on this street plummeting. As one of the few shaded parks in the area, it is frequented by walkers, children riding bikes, skateboarders, people walking dogs, children going to the park, etc. Safety would definitely be compromised. I would like to propose an alternative. Have you considered having a road going in two different directions, utilizing the two roads that are already there, Bellwood Lane and Springdale Lane extended? This would eliminate the destruction of our park and give more options for traffic. And she did supply a picture. Also, after attending the MacArthur neighborhood meeting, I understand there's water issues. Why not make the location of MacArthur School a pond? This would be a benefit to wildlife, bring the value of our homes up in the area. Adding more nature, it has many advantages. Thank you for sitting my proposal. I do realize, yeah. Okay. He doesn't want the pond permit. There you go. And so with that said, staff is recommending approval of the request contingent upon the waiting period and a public hearing, which happens at the council, not at the plan commission, subject to the following two conditions. The full extent of Hinkle Street right of way is officially mapped at 80 feet in width. Platted Bellwood Lane, Springdale Lane, and Meadowbrook Drive are vacated as requested in street vacation 2302, which is another agenda item.
I have multiple questions.
Sure.
So on the official map right now, I think we can keep yes. So the green was actually,
The green are platted roads.
okay,
They've never been constructed, but they're public rights of way. So
okay.
essentially anybody can walk down the green areas and
Okay.
if you can actually just leave it.
Even though it's privately owned, it is an official right of
It
way.
is not public, it is publicly owned. Street right. It's just not improved.
I see, so, okay, gotcha. So, but what you said earlier, that street could not be put in due to
Physical limitations of the site.
currently, so this is pretty much out the window. We should be throwing this part of the map out regardless. Due to the fact that again, that can't be built.
Definitely.
So we're not actually going through the park here. This is staying north of that, right?
Correct. Bellwood Drive is probably, I would say, a little over 100 feet to the north of official Beaver Dam Park. And this isn't, basically it extends into that property. It just makes that grid pattern within the official maps. However, if you go up one, the proposed officially mapped road does extend into the park area on the north side.
Okay. But is part of this process to ask parks, I mean, are they even willing to
Certainly, yes.
sell that off?
They have not objected. So, and that's a good point too, as this is official mapping. It's just reserving that area for roadway. It hasn't been platted. It's not set on schedule to be constructed. It's basically just preserving it. So that could start discussions on how it's actually designed. The 80-foot width condition is primarily because this would become an arterial, or excuse me, a collector street. Collector streets have to be 8 foot wide, while local roads are only 60. Mainly because it's connecting Mason Street to Hobart.
Which gets to my next question on there. So this is a fairly big change because you're now essentially you would be taking pressure off of Hobart. If this road were to go in, sorry. Onto Hinkle in this case, because that would be a more direct connection over towards Mason. Hence the arterial. Is that
Correct. You would be taking Hobart North, you curve probably to the right to get up to that main intersection. It would be inconvenient to go up the rest of Hobart. And I think if you go 2 down,
is Hobart 80 feet right now?
Hobart is not, but Hobart is not a collector because it doesn't run to an arterial. This would run to an.
It runs to the frontage, not.
It runs to the frontage.
Okay.
Correct. And you can see this is very conceptual in design again. All of this would have to be worked out through a planning process and what goes along with that. But this was supplied by the petitioner. And that intersection of Hinkle, the extended Hinkle and Hobart would be reconfigured to make it not a direct route. The direct route would now be.
All right, one last question, we'll pass it off to you. So just to clarify, all of the Beaver Dam Park, you can go back to the one that actually had the park. Yeah, okay. All that area behind that's wooded is private land, correct?
Correct.
The park is actually only the green there, but there's a large wooded area behind it that may or may not be being used as a park for some people.
Correct, yeah, it's all private, just the dark green is the park property proper, and then the pink is the school.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
And this might, no, thank you. I mean, a lot of the questions have to address with the park property. I mean, a lot of the public concerns, it sounds like having to do with the park. Why does it have to go all the way through the park? Why couldn't it just stop after? I'm sure there's an obvious reason for that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, why couldn't it just stop once it gets to the new subdivision recommendation? Why does it have to go straight through the park?
It could stop. It could stop, so there would need to be exceptions to the length of that cul-de-sac. It wouldn't be a through street. We limit the length of our blocked off streets in the city. But it's partial reasoning, and the developer can answer that more. To connect it to Hobart is to relieve some of that pressure that's at the frontage road and Mason intersection with Hinkle. That's arguably one of the worst intersections in the city. I think number 1 was Packerland and the frontage road. Frontage roads have had many issues over the past. Yeah, so this connection would then alleviate some of those concerns at that intersection.
But you still have the frontage road up there. What's the control going to be at that frontage road? Because it's not, is that signaled right now?
This is not.
That is not the frontage road.
So you're signal at Mason, that would be just a stop for the frontage, and then this would probably be arterial. Okay.
It's obviously part of a larger scheme, right? But the official map is really just to hold space. So the reason why it hasn't been amended previously been here was because we know that some sort of a connection is probably still necessary in this area. And we knew that 10 years ago. However, this still holds the space for us. So when the next developer comes, we can say, how are you intending to hold space for us? So the idea isn't necessarily to figure out where the connections happen and how they happen, because that's what the planning and dedication is for. The official map just shows this is how traffic is intended to flow in the future. So it's not necessarily about designing intersections or showing where they're going to come out for sure. It's just holding the space. That way it can't be built on.
Right, that would all come later. So it's potential that you can't do the geometry on the intersections. And the road would never go in. However, again, as I said, it's just reserving that area to allow that to go forward.
Got it.
But in theory, you could cut it off. It does not have to go through. I mean, there's nothing that's, I mean,
No.
Yeah, if they go through the whole process, realize none of this is feasible and they just want to do a cul-de-sac right up the bulk here, that'd be something we just have to check the length of through the planning process.
Okay.
Correct, and the official map is not an exact placement either, so it can curve to the east or the west or change. It's just really reserving space.
does staff really strongly feel that that's really gonna mediate the traffic problems though at that intersection? I mean, in order to go down that street, you would be going into the residential neighborhood. So it's not like there's another business district or something, people would be traveling through that road.
It's mainly a connection for the residents to get to the business district, not the business district to go to the neighborhood.
Sure.
I mean, most people on Mason are not gonna wanna go down to that neighborhood or to West. And we don't know if it'll mitigate any of the issues or all of the issues, but without this, it won't, you won't have the ability to study it at all.
Make a motion to open the floor to hear from the developer. Second. Motion by Commissioner Roginski to open the floor, second by Commissioner Paradic. All those in favor? Aye. Garrett, what do you got for us?
Meet me again, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there. Garrett Vader, 300 North Van Buren Street. David probably hit beautifully, so I will not reiterate what he is, more so bring up some points and comments I've heard. First and foremost, this is part of a broader plan. So not only is this looking at Hinkle, but really the domino effect of changes that happens if you adjust the intersection at Hinkle. So it's a Hobart to Isbell to Packerland. Of course, we're all well aware what the county is doing at Packerland right now. This really does all tie together. There are different actions that will be in front of different city committees in the coming weeks and months to try and tie all this together. That broader plan is really about not only trying to fix the traffic situation that exists in this area, which does create a very poor Hinkle frontage road Mason intersection in particular, but also upgrade and improve the quality of the commercial development in the area and add the residential base, which I think is very important. It should be pointed out again, this only maps the travel path. This is not the design of the road. There are many steps to go yet on how intersections are connected, for instance, and at what widths. I will come back later to the subdivision plat that's less than 80 feet and right away, but that's for a different day. We're also adding bike lanes and sidewalks all along the stretch. So unlike where Hobart Drive does not have it right now, and Hobart Drive does act like a connector right now, even if it isn't technically a connector, this will add the bike lanes and sidewalks to make that notably safer. Really what we're doing here, what Hinkle, the extended Hinkle and curve will do there is shift existing traffic. It's not really creating new traffic, but traffic is there. It's largely using it as a pass through between Walmart Festival and Sam's down to West Point Road. That traffic still is there right now. What it's doing is having to make the kinks on the frontage road and the Hobart Drive to traverse that path. This smooths that out. Using traffic calming and street design, we think we can actually make the traffic operate much more smoothly and neighborhood friendly than it does right now. In fact, anyone living north of that connection point, on the north side of the park, Hobart Drive essentially becomes a residential street. The traffic down there drops down significantly. The homes that are proposed, and David, can you flip over to that one image, just showing that again? There we go. You know, we have on there mapped right now 17 lots. Does it end up being closer to probably 15 or 16 based on revisions we're making? Probably. But these are $400,000 owner occupied single family homes. These are quality homes in an area that, believe it or not, these days, 400 grand is actually a middle market home. And that is, I think, something we badly need overall. The best thing overall, and this has come up with a lot of comments, and I want to make unequivocally clear, because I think it really is a good neighborhood thing. In addition to, in exchange for acquiring this little piece of swampland, and yes, the trees will come down in this area, but only along the street path, I'm swapping 20 acres, giving that to the city. Of this private property that has trails in there and has heavy forested lands.
And homeless people.
Well, that's why we need to do this.
No crosstalk. Hey, no crosstalk. One at a time.
So it's dedicated to the city that will double the size of Beaver Dam Park. And quite frankly, opening it up and having more activity in there helps deter some of the activity that was just mentioned. So we had a neighborhood association meeting last Friday. Alder Eck was there. I felt the conversation was very positive and very free flowing. As I said then, and I would say today, I always stand up for what's best for the city. Some may not always agree with me. But I do, as hopefully was evidenced earlier. And I think this is a good thing that will allow new development, bring housing to the city, clean up the commercial, improve the access, double the park, and be part of the first stages of part of a much broader plan to improve the area. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions?
Did poster boards, was that just?
Those are just in cases. I think we hit these perfectly fine at 9:29 especially tonight.
No question. No.
Has it come up before? Can you go back to the map? has it come up before about just stopping the road if we're going to ignore the traffic calming measures and just having a subdivision with the cul-de-sac?
To Stephanie's point, you always could. I mean, that's hypothetically a possibility.
Yeah.
As part of the initiative here, though, to fix the traffic, that would not fix the traffic. You're really trying to improve the flow of how traffic travels between Mason and West Point Road. And some of that, again, will come later with some more nuance on how intersections are redesigned, especially regarding the frontage road all throughout this corridor. Those come in later hearings. But for right now, it's simply the map to say that when all those things happen and figured out, this road coming through would replace the traffic that currently takes Hinkle to the frontage road to Hobart to West Point.
And the theory would be that this is gonna create less traffic problems than them having to take it to go across.
Correct. We have traffic studies that we've done there. Anyone who drives through it, I don't think would doubt it, but right now that intersection operates at a level of service F, which is much like what Packland did. And the problem is too many people, too short of an intersection, and too much congestion at peak hours.
Thank you.
So are there any discussions that you said 21 acres from getting the city?
Correct.
Connecting that with the existing park or having a parking lot that's adjacent to the woods so people can walk into it or?
So this partially came up in conversation at the neighborhood association meeting last week also, maybe Eldera could speak to that a little bit, but how Parks Department ultimately were to design the park and upgrade it, because there have been discussions on upgrading that park irrespective of this plan, is kind of up for debate and outside my scope personally.
Right.
But Parks Department personnel has walked the acreage. They're happy with it. There are some existing trails and trails that can be expanded or widened back there. We've said it's almost like a mini Henisra or mini Bear Creek Parkway that people can enjoy around there.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know if there's discussions. I know it's not part of this, but.
I think the short answer is yes. The longer answer is how do we get there and at what time and what exactly is programmed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't know, Alder Eck, did you have anything to add?
I know there's some people that want to speak. Would it be okay if I talk after that?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay. I know, did any of you want to speak?
Well, he read my letter, so I guess the three people that wrote letters are the ones that the road is becoming right out into our houses, so I need to stand up.
You can stay there, I'll just need your name and address once you're done, but you can stay seated if you want.
Okay, so I guess our concern is this road going right into our houses. You know, there's 3 houses there and it goes, you know, I just feel like, oh, there goes the value of my house. And actually, I think anybody on Hobart, because we're gonna have an increase in traffic. And we're also concerned that, you know, this is a place we see kids and bikes and families, people walking their dogs down Hobart. It's a very popular spot, and I don't want to increase the traffic in that area. That's my concern. And plus the obvious reason the road goes right to my house.
Thank you, and I'm sorry, your name and address for the record.
Okay, Chris Kentz, CH. And Kentz is KINTZ. And I live at 1256 Hobart Drive.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anybody else as well want to speak?
Am I allowed to still speak this year?
Yes, you are, yes.
Thank you for letting me speak. Obviously upset. I'm at 1302 Hobart Drive. I also come out right where the spot is. Everybody that is below that intersection is terrible. You're gonna bring that traffic flow right through because of the construction over by Packland and Mason. Right now, we are a highway and people speed all the time. We have little kids crossing the street into the park from the other side of Hobart. We have the mobile home park walking down Hobart, pedaling there, crossing Hobart into that green space. Can I point at the map?
Yes, absolutely.
So where he is coming through, our only park beaver dam where the pavilion is. Our trees are here. This is all baseball diamond. This is all wetland. I walked there with my boyfriend. There's homeless people living there. It is awesome for trails. I don't deny. I would never do it by myself. It's very wooded, very creek, homeless people. It is not safe for somebody by themselves. This is our trees. This is the school.
This tease comes to a Tegan. It doesn't go through. This is gonna be a highway with no stop. My house is right there. I'm gonna put boulders in my yard so I'm driving to my house. The kids all walk across the street with their ice skates to the ice rink. They all walk to this wooded lot is right here. This is all open and sun. This is all very condensed. Our lot is right here. This is the park. If there's any place else they can go, it is gonna be a flow right through the worst intersection, the most chaos, right through to a racetrack. And they're gonna come to a T at the end. They're gonna hit West Point, and then it's all kids, young families walking down into this spot right here. That is our park. This is the only big shade. This is an elementary school. I am a duplex. I rent to people all wanting to live across the street from that park. Right there. This is the focus of the park, not the homeless shelter, not the woods that nobody is safe walking through right now. It would be great. And I understand that. And whatever you do here, I get it. There also is down this road. I own a duplex. I live in it. I'm across from the park. This road right here, these couple duplexes are not well maintained. The two right here are. If they sell lots through here, very, very small lots, from what I understand, please look at the size of the lot he's proposing. I don't see him carrying houses that would make our area improved. So please make sure the lots are for a nice home, not a crappy little home. These duplexes are not super maintained. If you add lots back here and put little tiny houses on little tiny lots, it will devalue our area instead of making it better. The houses behind me are very nice, all brick, really good houses. We have the kids from the high school that drive down and they race through. What do you think they're gonna do with the nice girl flying through there? We have tons of kids walking from this area across this spot. Well, thank you for letting me speak. It will devalue everybody there and it will be a racetrack. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Whoever wants to come up first, go ahead.
Well, I'm Lori's dad, which my dad owned this property. I'm Gary DeStarkey. I live in Seymour. But my dad sold that land and my aunt sold that land they had it from way back, right? And he sold the land there to this city for the school and that park. And one thing he always loved was the trees. And the reason he wanted that to stay apart with the trees. So now, where they're putting that road in, can I show you there?
Yep, absolutely.
Where they're putting that road in right here. This is the trees. The rest of this is swamp, like you were saying, it is, it's brush. Where the school, the diamond, there's no trees here. The school is over here. So what they're gonna take out about 2/3 of these trees right here. Oaks this big around. You're not gonna replace them with a little bunch of little trees. It'll be 20 to 30 years before it's a park with trees again. So, and I was to understand, they sold this land rather cheap for a park and a school. And now they put this road in. I cannot see why they can't come, and I understand this intersection, I go through it all the time. To visit my daughter. Why going this way and the businesses in the hospital over here, why they can't come down and come into this street. What it'll do, it'll stop them here, they gotta turn, it'll slow them down. My daughter said this will be a raceway here. And I don't know what kind of speed limit they're gonna put in it, but. I don't know what else to say. The trees, if you got to see the trees. Everybody loves trees. If you build a home and there's trees on it, the lot's twice the price, you know that. They're gonna tear them all down. So. That's all I got to say.
That was Gary, right?
Yes.
Your last name and the address, please.
Gary D. Starkey, and I live 1254
What's
I get
actually
nervous.
W1?
I get nervous. I'm not used to it. I live in a country, it's
No,
pretty
no, you're
quiet.
fine, you're fine.
First time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think. You didn't get the.
Oh, the address is W1417 Shady Road.
Shady.
Seymour.
Thank you. I think there was someone else. Yeah.
You want me up there?
If you're more comfortable sitting, that's fine.
My name is James Farah. Address is 255 Sumac Drive, Green Bay. I'm the property owner at 2418, 2420 Bellwood Lane, which is right at the end of that road. I fully understand everything that's been said, and I know that the DNR prevented that road from going through. My question is, and as far as the upkeep on the road, I know that our property is well upkept. Being the last house, the other two duplexes on that same side of the street were bought by the Oneidas, and they are not that well taken care of. However, the rest of the neighborhood is a very nice neighborhood. As far as the road and not being able to go through on Bellwood, I understand where they're coming this way, and that's been explained to me. And whether there's another option, I'm not 100% sure, but my understanding is back when the city was planning on putting that road all the way through and making a city block there. They had some of that property which butts up against another neighbor's property and also butts up against our property. That was held there with the anticipation that they were going to put that road connected all the way through. Well, without that going through, it was brought to my understanding that that property would come back to the property owners. And in other words, where our property is at the end of Bellwood and butting up against the woods there, there's probably about a 30-foot by, and I'm just guessing about 90-foot stretch of property that goes into the woods that was held by the city for that street. Our duplex would have been on the corner of a city block, but because of everything that transpired with the DNR, that was never able to go through. So it stayed a wooded area, but my concern is, number one, I would like to keep that property or get it back. Since the city is not going to use it, if this development goes through, I don't know what the city would do with that little piece of property, because now you're going to have the development on one side, our property on the other, and then you're going to have the DNR on the other side. And the city's going to own this little chunk right in the middle with nothing to do with it. And obviously there's concerns about, that intersection by Hinkle Street and the frontage road there. That thing's a mess. It really is a mess. And I don't know if there is another way. I've listened to, number of comments and the developer and how they want to try and improve it, but I really don't know what the answer is myself. It's just, it's a mess. It really is. And that development, I think that development would be nice back there. I had concerns about noise from the development, but I can see that the way that they're intending to build, I don't think it's going to be a noisy area. I think it's going to be more built for more towards the elderly type or the people that are vacationing in Florida during the winters and that type. It's not going to be the younger kids going into a development like that. And I was going to say it took a lot of years. I've owned that duplex since 1986, and we've gone through a lot of renters there in that neighborhood before we could get some good renters that we could trust in a neighborhood that would upgrade that neighborhood and keep it as a nice, clean, and safe place. But I would hate to see something go in there, and I don't think that's what's going to happen, where you're going to get people just renting, and having more city problems. I really don't. The project sounds like a good project. It seems to be there's a lot of concern about the road. And the best way to make that happen And like I said, my concern is about the chunk of property that butts up against our property. That supposedly the city doesn't want to give back, but my understanding was it was supposed to be given back if it was never used.
Thank you for your comments, James. It sounds like we might be having a little more information about that on the next item specific to that concern, so hold that question.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
My name is Erin Kira. My concern, and 255 Sumac Drive.
Thank you.
My concern would be when you cut all those trees, that is a wetland, where's all that water gonna go? Is it gonna come into our basement? That has to be addressed too. Take all those trees out, they're gonna take all the sucked up water.
Any other comments or?
No.
Okay. Anyone else?
I got a question, 1239 Hobart Drive, Robert Schmidt. I live right next to the park. And just like she just mentioned, in the spring, I got 2 sump pumps and they can't keep up. And my neighbor right here, he's got 2 sump pumps. This is Paul Haney, he lives next to me. He's got the same problem. My concern too is that's a beautiful park. You got tennis courts, the basketball court there. You got a baseball diamond. They got everything, a playground, a pavilion. Putting that road through that park, that's gonna interfere with a lot of the children that will have to cross the road back and forth. It's just gonna destroy the park, basically. Plus, you got the school there. Nobody knows if it's gonna be there in 10 years or what, you know, so there's another situation.
Thank you, Robert.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Paul Haney. 1233 Hobart Drive. Bellwood and Hobart. Corner. If you pull out them trees, the water table there is gonna rise. And it's floodplain to start with. If you run a road where it's proposed off of Hinkle. Storm sewer is gonna go through there and back down. And all the water and the storm sewers and everything there are gonna be flowing down there. And where is it gonna end up? In that general area. The floodplain is gonna go higher. With water. And that's gonna affect everybody on Bellwood Lane. His place. Mine, and the others. Right now, in the spring of the year, some pumps are running every 5 minutes. All the way up and down Bellwood there. Even in the winter time, they're running, not that often. And in the summertime, they're running too, heavy. When you get a downpour, a good downpour. The basins on the corner that I live there, storm basins. They'll shoot up 2 feet. Because of all the water coming down from Trojan. Through the storm sewers. And across the trailer court. The homes there. Into the trough and into the storm sewers in Hobart. Hobart Street. Above the sewer. Storm sewers, it's cracked right up and down the thing. And they have replaced parts of that area with concrete. They filled in to stop everything from moving. Or cars having problems. And that's playing up and down all the time there. It's not gonna be any different anywhere else where they put storm sewers. Because coming off of Mason Street there on Hinkle. When you get behind Chili's there. In the proposed area there. It drops 10 feet. In order to put that storm sewer in, you're gonna have to use breaker rock. Make a solid base for it. And you know what breaker rock does? It just makes more of an area for water to flow through. So you're gonna have the storm sewer, and then you're gonna expand it below with something to support the storm. And the water will flow right through that house. So what you're initially gonna do is saturate that whole area. Also, over at the school, off of Hobart Drive, to get into the parking lot, you have to go down 3 feet to the drive. Parking lots even with the school. But off where the parking lot is, it drops also 6 feet onto the ball diamonds and everything. In fact, the ball diamonds have had to have tile installed there to drain. Where they're draining it, I don't know. So what I'm saying is 2 areas there against this, all the water. We know that the school is coming down. Not this year, probably next year. When the school comes down, that school is flooded every year. The basement. So bad that the foundation is rocking, cracking, screwing up the floors in the school, screwing up all the windows that had to be replaced, all the doors, because it's on a floodplain. Water is going to saturate in from both ends there. And then you cut down the trees, you ain't gonna help the situation. Where's the water gonna go? You can't build in there, we all know it flood. If they build in there, they're gonna have water problems too, wherever they build. It's a bad situation. Bad for the whole area. And not to say the least, that bottleneck, an ankle, that is gonna be a mess that we never saw. It won't. You can adjust it whatever way you want. Look like Acroland there. These 50 accidents a year. That's what you're gonna have there. And more. With the traffic diverted them. And of course, I haven't even mentioned the park. Where you're gonna lose half the park in roadways. Not a good situation, people. And I didn't mention about the 2 trees that are state recognized and registered. Exactly where that road goes. Go through the park. Approximately above that, but it curved down. One of them trees is 5.5 feet wide. The other one is 4. Another one 3 feet. The 5.5 foot tree wide is probably about 450 years old. That's what's registered. So is the other tree, probably 300 years. I don't believe the state's gonna allow for any conditions to harass those trees, especially when they got registered. Or even impose on. And that's not talking about small. The rest of the trees in the park are small because these are so big. But in the park, they are big too. So if you go through that park, you're losing a lot of power to suck up moisture there. All through the back there. Floodplain is gonna get worse. And then with the school coming down. Did I mention it? School floods every spring.
Yes.
And it floods a lot. And I would assume they're shipping it over to, pumping it over to Beaver Dam Creek there. Well, when that school is gone, where's that water gonna all go? You're gonna make a mess for everybody if that goes through. My thought on the subject. Please take it.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Is there anybody else here? Otherwise, I'll toss the Alder Eck. Oh, we do we have somebody online? Sorry. Yeah, if you're on Zoom and you didn't want to speak, feel free to unmute yourself and speak up.
He's been talking.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Alder Eck, did you want to wrap us up with any comments there or to close?
Okay, yeah, so we did, after getting contacted about some concerns, I had asked the developer if he would come and meet. So on Friday night, there were several people there. I know you were there. And they were able to ask questions of the developer. And I think that it really helped. I know that there were a lot of people that told me that they're now in favor of it after hearing all, like, it's hard because you're getting a piece of it. The Hinkle thing, it's a mess. You're right, it isn't, you said that, it's a mess. And so with it coming through, like, especially with Packerland having the county blocking it off. And there's future things coming to help with that, but that'll be addressed later. So I know David Buck had kind of talked about how Bellwood, it would be great if it could come in and come through Bellwood because that street's already there. But the DNR won't allow it, and the DNR has jurisdiction. They won't change their mind on that. It doesn't take down all of the trees, it takes down some of them. And one of the trees that you mentioned, the larger oak, Dan Ditchite, who I know you guys all know, the director of Park Rec and Forestry, has asked that tree not be touched. So I'm assuming that's one of the ones you said was registered. So I disagree in that it's gonna cause more problems with Hobart or more traffic because it's bringing it around. And then they have to slow down coming around the corner, getting onto Hobart. Whereas now people go straight down. So north of where this road would come in, it would be very slow traffic there. And then we were talking, maybe eventually there would be a crosswalk coming from the other side over to get to the park, but there would be sidewalks and a bike lane on this road. So there would be that opportunity to walk. Hobart doesn't have sidewalks right now. So this would actually be an improvement for that and safety for the kids. So in the grand scheme of things, I think it's a really good development. And I've had a lot of people tell me they're for it. I know there's some people against it. And I just trust that it will be the best thing for the area. And I know, and I would say staff could talk to about the sewer, and the drainage and all that, because I think that maybe some of those things would be addressed in this development. And I mean, yes, the school's gonna come down, but would that make it worse as far as flooding? I'm asking you. David's looking at me.
Not an engineer.
You're not the
so
guy, right? Okay.
Again, this sets that up for that to start to be studied.
Yeah.
But I
There's a
can
lot-
tell you with almost 100% certainty, if the school was removed and that were to be turned to green, it's not gonna increase the flooding.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gonna
what,
reduce the flooding.
because there's
Less of
cement.
surface.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm not a engineer and I'm not again, the conversations you're having here.
Yeah.
And one of the gentlemen that had spoke about issues are gonna happen here, it's just gonna happen there, this is not gonna happen here. None of that has been studied, and this process allows that roadway connection to get the staff review and to start looking at those things.
Just a piece of the puzzle.
It's a piece of the puzzle, but
Mhm.
again, the intersection configuration has not been looked at all by our engineers at all. So, you know, if you say, I don't want to come in out here, we don't know exactly where it's gonna go. There's a lot of assumptions.
It's the proposed map that is caught, you know, that they're going by, obviously.
Possibly.
If I can ask a clarifying question on that, will this come back once they figure out where the road will actually end up? Will it come back to planning?
When it's platted, that doesn't come through the planning commission, that goes just through admin staff. But they would have to meet subdivision regulations. And then it would go through at that point. That's not something that goes through commission.
But that,
That we can't ask for updates on it.
sure, would there be another opportunity for the public though, I guess?
You know,
That there would not be, okay.
unless they need variances.
Okay.
Got a question on the layout of the road. I see the new road is gonna carry the load and it's curved and that's why we're taking out the trees. Who thought of that? I mean, where'd that come from?
That's proposed by the petition.
Okay.
That roadway configuration.
Because the thought of that becoming a raceway to me is real. Because people are gonna come down and they're gonna curve, and then they come to a T down south of this map. Why not bring that road?
Right,
now they're coming
straight here. This is what the current road is.
Right.
But they have to
I'm
make it,
looking at the new
Yeah.
street,
Right here, coming around.
and if they're gonna curve around, and they're gonna curve down. Because they can't see the end. When they see the end, they'll stop.
And Jim, if I can mention,
Yeah,
you're looking at a drawing that was done by the petitioner.
Right.
It's not been vetted by our engineers or our traffic engineers. This is what you have to look at, officially mapping a big.
right. Which
So
is
it may
based on
not,
what he gave
it may not configure that way. To be a direct route from West Point to Mason.
Right, okay.
That is often the problem with official mapping, is we demand a little bit more data when we're looking at it, and. You're considering that configuration to be gospel right now, it's not.
Well, no, I realize within that dotted line somewhere, there's gonna be a road.
I mean, this road could come in and connect this way and cut out way to the north.
Right.
Or it could cut down further south and cut right
Are
through the
you
school.
saying that could happen after this vote? Or are you saying?
Well, I'm
because-
saying this reserves that area for roadway. So
Okay,
if you came in to build a house right in the middle of where that roadway is showing,
right,
we wouldn't issue you a permit.
gotcha. But what's interesting to me is that triangle of green within that dotted line is causing a lot of pain
Oh, that's right here.
right there.
Sure.
That's causing a lot of pain. Why don't we just curve that road perpendicular to the north-south road, minimize that triangle? I mean, I understand we have various alternatives if we leave it wide. I get that. We can go everywhere. But it sounds like maybe we don't want to go everywhere in that green triangle. Why don't we direct it perpendicular? I'm disturbing the cool flow with this idea. But it's also affecting the raceway that way. It's minimizing the tree damage. It's doing a lot of good things just by changing a little bit in that triangle. I mean, why are we putting so much emphasis in having that a flow through?
Well, and you could square that off if you like. Again, staff is recommending that it be 80 foot wide,
Right,
but where it lands is less exacting than you're speaking. It could still shift to the south. It's only an officially mapped road. It's not a platted road. So
Right.
again, this is saying we're trying to get from point A to point
Point
B.
B.
And this is the basic route that we're going. And to give you an example, the east side of Green Bay. All arterial roads were officially mapped along quarter section lines,
Yeah.
regardless if there were trees or cliffs. Or escarpments.
Right.
They were just flat along those lines, because we knew in the future we were gonna need roads to go there.
Yeah.
Somewhere. When they're platted is when you actually start moving them around based on topography. And natural
And
features.
that's all cool, but I'm listening to intelligent people give intelligent arguments, and it's telling me that may not be an intelligent way to put that road through there. You know what I'm saying? It maybe have been good when someone's sitting in a room by themselves and hey, we can have this thing right through. But we're talking about this thing and I don't think that. I'm all in favor of everything on there except that little green triangle. That's kind of
Well,
problematic.
And
How do
if
you-
that, we could square it off and run it straight over as a,
Is it green?
without that little. Right.
Is that green? Okay, that's what you're referring to.
Right.
Because to me, it all looks the same color, so I just wanted to look at a different angle.
What are you bringing up?
This is one thing that Garrett had brought to our meeting. And so I'm assuming this.
Same as
with
this?
the little green. Yeah, it's like this,
Oh.
right, that. So this would be grass and that's, a few of the people that are here, their house is right here.
Right.
So it's grass in front of there and having it come around. That's just, I know it's not official, but that was what he was proposing.
Right. I get it. And
Right.
so that you have a little more. Front yard, but still,
An accurate where it gets slightly confusing because that intersection is being designed and shown on plans that the city has not
right.
adopted,
And I
has
know,
not
I know
looked at.
this is just a vague representation of where the road's going. I get it. It can go in this area. But I'm hearing a lot of interesting information that says maybe we shouldn't have it that big there. Let's confine that a little bit.
Sure. And we
You
could
know what
drop
I'm
that
saying?
down to relatively an 80-foot wide. I mean, if the plan commission is, I mean, you could show it not going all the way through. I mean, that's, the point is, do you
Right.
want to connect those two roads together?
Right.
Could you connect, sorry,
No, go ahead.
could you connect Bellwood? I thought you said there's some reason you can't.
Bellwood can't be extended to the east at all.
So you
Well-
can't cut, you can cut it off in a cul-de-sac.
They rerouted the river through there and
Right. They can't even put a cul-de-sac in.
Okay,
And
but how
that'll be,
are you getting across then?
you don't.
you can't.
No, how is the road currently proposed?
So the road could culvert it going north-south, but you can't go east-west.
I see, thank you for that clarification. But I also agree though with other, see,
They're they're basically bridging it, I believe, hasn't been engineered, so I don't know for certain, but you.
that makes more sense, but the idea of it traffic calming, I'm struggling with. And I also, I recognize we're also in an open forum.
Yes.
So, most, motion is close to the floor.
Yeah, so get back for,
I just said.
we got another item after this too, that we got, that's related. So,
Motion to close the floor.
Okay. Motion closed for by Commissioner Perhatic, seconded by Commissioner Vinsky, all those in favor?
Aye.
Back to regular order. We gotta hash out this part with the official map, and then I think we got more on the next one. But
In the same area.
I'm fine with what I'm seeing right here and going to Dave's comments that the official configuration will probably take a lot into consideration that we just simply cannot right now, including traffic calming, exactly where it lines up, the trees involved. Those are questions we can simply not answer right now. Right. What we're tasked with answering is, do we want to adjust the map to fit this?
But, and Vice Chair Miller, the problem that I have with that is that this agenda item is asking us, I mean, fine with the removing of the multiple roadways, that makes total sense.
We can agree on that.
You can, I mean, that's fine, I mean, no one's arguing, we should keep the roadways, but it's just, and. It could just, all it says is an extension of Kingsville Street running from West Mason Street to Hobart. And that could be anywhere. I mean, this is a proposed, we're not actually voting on this map, this is just an idea really on the map.
Well, the map is gonna show a general placement. So
Which is
again, it
that
can
one,
flex,
right?
which is, yes, which is the one that's in your packet.
Yeah.
So it's gonna show a general placement, so it is gonna connect those 2 points together. But it does have the ability to flex around when it's platted.
And the developer could take this feedback and route it a different direction.
Sure.
Can it go outside the lines?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, it can't.
It's just that now inside the lines, no one can develop that.
Yes,
We
correct.
protected
So-
that particular.
Okay.
strip.
So really.
The other problem I have, and I think you were touching on this, Alder, is that if we're talking about traffic calming, you're showing this to someone living in the neighborhood. You know, going from a corner where you have to turn to a curve, I mean, the shape of a racetrack is curved, it's an oval, right? And that's, we're forming an oval now, whereas right now they have to make a perpendicular turn. I am not an engineer, but I don't know how that's going to stop the traffic from going faster on a curve rather than having to turn on a corner. So I understand, I think the public is concerned about that it makes it appear that the traffic is going to very easily just swing right down into these, into the yards. And so I struggle with that element of it. I think the subdivision is an interesting idea if the road was just to come down and to go into that subdivision area, and I don't see any major issues with that. I think 99% of the comments that have been made are all about going into the parkland. And I agree with the flooding. I mean, I myself am in a floodplain, my property that flows from the same creek. So I mean, I get that it floods and everything, but there are a lot of unknowns about that. And I think it all stems, as you said, Alder, from that corner by the green triangle, for lack of a better term, that connects to the street. So is there a way to make a motion? I would ask staff.
Can I just add, because I understand, we're voting on this one thing, but there's other things that are tied to it, that's the reason for it. So there, with the Hinkle at that intersection, which as we talked about is really bad, because I actually go to the Aurora Bay Care and sometimes I have to wait through several lights just to get out of there. So part of it is in the businesses that are there is, and again, it's in future, but I think it matters, so I'm gonna say it, is part of what Mr. Garrett's plan is to kind of get rid of that access road up there and make that part of the businesses in their parking lots, and they're like a private, driveway getting into those businesses. If that's the case, then they need that Hinkle to get through to Hobart versus the way it is now. And I'm, again, this is future, but I'm just letting you know, that's part of the plan. I hope that's okay. If I said that.
I would make 2 comments before we reopen.
Okay. He has more to say, and there's another agenda item for him, so.
I said that.
We gotta get moving. Here,
I mean, so what you could, Jim, if this would make it more comfortable is we could square off that official map, just showing it more as a 90 intersection to Hobart.
Okay.
Only because I think that's what you heard. I'm not trying to direct you, but I think that's what I heard you say.
Yeah, as far as you can on any property we can use, move it to the north, so yeah.
So
right
basically
there.
straightening this out.
Right, straighten it out, limit the green triangle. I mean, and if you have to eventually do that for a good reason, okay, but I would rather have using it narrowed in that area. Can you move that a little further north?
Yeah, well, I'm not
Okay,
very
that's cool.
adept at that.
Okay, yeah, that's, yeah, 100%.
It is what it is now.
Steve, one final question for staff. Has the school been in conversation with this at all? The schools keep coming up.
No.
the school's set to close in.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's done deal with the school.
I believe so. Outside our purview,
Yeah.
but yes. Are we comfortable with that line?
Yeah, something like that, yep.
How do we coming down?
Well, we'll square it off.
We have to give better
Measure it
direction
around
than just
80 feet wide.
So what about?
Right.
Well, for the time being, a 90-degree. For the north-south road.
So just cut off that bottom little.
Yeah, cut off the bottom little green tip.
You
It's
could
still going
recommend
straight into
approval
that property.
as conditioned with a 90-degree.
For
access
now,
to
yeah,
Hobart.
just let's start that way, and if we have to somehow curve it,
We can change the map in the future.
right. I'd rather start out like that than having that area big and wide.
Oh, he's still talking up there.
I'm not sure. If it's
I would be, I would be in favor of it if it wasn't connecting to the street, if it was just coming down to the subdivision to service the area, but I'm not convinced about the connection there, so I will vote no.
I need a motion or something.
I move we accept it with that change that was shown now. And
Any other condition?
What's the language that's gonna be acceptable for you guys on that? Cut the.
I would say that the intersection of Hobart and Extended Hinkle be at a 90-degree connection. And the second one is that the full extent of Hinkle right away is officially mapped at 80 is gonna cover that. Right, because that's much wider than 80 is showing that.
Yes. Okay, so is that's a motion. Alder Hutchinson? Yeah, I'll second that motion. Okay, second motion with the minor change to the official map. I don't know if do you want me to say the wordage with this, or would you with there, do you got it?
We got it.
Okay. With recommended changes to the official map. Any other discussion? I hope not.
Just the staff will have that updated map for council. If we were when it comes back.
For council, okay, so we got some eyes on it by Tuesday. Okay. Voice vote, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No,
One nay. Moving on. We are 13, right? Or did we do, yes, 13, okay. Consideration of possible action, request to vacate an unbuilt Bellwood Lane, Springwood Lane, Meadowbrook Drive, public right of way located east of Hobart Drive, as well as two unbuilt and unnamed portions of right of way adjacent to and east of parcel 6H-1110-21 and 6H-1110-4G submitted by GBHMSC West Mason LLC property owner.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. So this area is going to look very familiar. You can see in the light yellow are the referred to named streets. So you have Bellwood Lane extending east, Springdale extends to the north, and Meadowbrook goes further to the east. You can see just to the further east of Meadowbrook, there was a vacated portion that took place in the 80s, I believe. The darker yellow are the two unnamed portions of right of way. They're each 35 feet wide, and then they're the width of the lots. The northern one is a little more than 63 feet. And the southern one is, because it has a radius at around 86. And so that's what's being requested to be vacated. Again, this was all platted in the officially mapped in the 70s. Had been annexed in the 50s. The real request is to vacate these roads as the area within the primary 25 acres is found to be not very developable or not developable actually. But the petitioner is interested in developing those areas of the 25 that are developable, which are primarily on the far west and a little bit of the east of what Hinkle would be extended. So again, there's those 5 streets. As we looked at this, wrote it to all commenting and reviewing agencies. This included NEW Water, the fire department, Spectrum Time Warner, the police department, Green Bay Water, ETC, so on and so forth. Current concerns were expressed and conditions requested for a couple items. One was a turnaround or cul-de-sac that's required at the end of the constructed Bellwood Lane. So that's where you see Bellwood extending with the light yellow and the small portion of right of way to the north. Fire and also Public Works are requesting some type of a turnaround or cul-de-sac in that fire trucks, once they get in, they have a difficult time getting out. Also snowplows and so on and so forth. So staff is going to be recommending not vacating that southern portion, which is focusing on the northern unnamed street. Both of those streets were platted again to allow some lot divisions on the back into that new neighborhood that was never platted. That's a practice the city would not do now. We wouldn't allow lots to be split without actual frontage that leads out, to a public right of way. So, and able to provide that turnaround, we wouldn't be recommending that that southern portion be vacated. However, the rest of the properties, or the rest of the right of way is unnecessary to the city. With the exception that there are public utilities under Bellwood, Springdale, and Meadowbrook. And we would need to retain easements for those. There you go, well, that's the. Hand that over. We would need to retain easements for those. There are also some Spectrum charter easements that run partially on private property and go into the, what would be the vacated Bellwood. And those would also need to be retained. So we're recommending approval of the request contingents on the waiting period, public hearing at the city council, and the two conditions as drafted. Pardon me? We would still before the council, yeah.
Questions from staff?
Vote to approve.
Second. Motion open floor. We'll put the, I'm fine with opening the floor, but let's keep it concise. To the motion on the floor, motion by Commissioner Vinsky, second by Commissioner motion by Commissioner Alder Hutchinson, second by Commissioner Vinsky, approval, put that on hold for a second. Motion by Alder Craddock, open the floor. You have a second? Second by Alder Hutchinson to open the floor, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Yes, please, James, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, going back to that piece of property, we prefer to have that property back and not have it used as a turnaround.
And that was specifically right there, right?
That's right,
And that was the one
that you said no.
that's not being included, right?
Staff's recommending not vacating that based on comments from the Works and Fire.
Okay, so the dark yellow in the circle.
Correct.
Okay,
So they're gonna run the side of our house.
Well, if it was used as a turnaround right there, or they had to put something in wide enough for a turnaround, what would happen is they'd be right into the creek that's there off the end of the road.
so
again, that's.
Yeah, the end of the road runs right in, I mean, that's where the water runs and into that creek.
Yeah, so at this time, it's not being vacated.
it could still
Doesn't
be,
mean it
It's
couldn't
part
be
of
in
the
the
request,
future.
but we would recommend it not.
and we would need, I mean. There's a lot that would go into having a turnaround put in there. It's before any
harm might not even allow.
Yeah, we don't even know if they will allow.
It hasn't been engineered.
So just because the fire department, city services want it, doesn't mean that it's even possible.
Well, they don't want to vacate it.
They don't want to
They
vacate.
already
but
have it.
Yes,
So we're not changing anything.
Yes.
we're not changing anything.
Correct.
Yes, but we don't know if there will actually be a turnaround there. It's TBD. So. do we agree?
There's a fire hydrant there as well.
Okay. Any other comments while we have open floor?
Only thing I have to say, by name. That Hobart. I mean, Bellwood, that storm sewer runs down. And that comes across from the other side of Hobart. Down Trojan Lane.
I do have to stop you, Paul. In terms of water, that it's just not in context right now, and
Okay,
it's already laid up, and I'm just trying to get.
yeah, all right.
I appreciate it. If you want to correspond with your alder for any of the water concerns, please do. I just want to keep it moving.
I just thought it was essential.
Any other comments from
All right.
staff? Or from the.
Motion to close the floor.
Motion to close the floor by Commissioner Craddock. Second by Commissioner Vinsky to close the floor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We have a motion on the floor by, I'm sorry, guys. Motion to
Alder Hutchinson.
Alder Hutchinson, seconded by Commissioner Vinsky, for approval. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? That unanimously, we're on to 14.
I'll present this.
Okay, Alder first. Agenda item 14. All the grant communication consideration of possible action to amend the R1 zoning single family home definition of unrelated and family adult limitations to limit defined family as blank and limit the number of unrelated adults to blank. That's which way.
Yeah, we're here.
Have a good evening, people.
Thank you for coming out.
So on June 12th of this year, you probably remember a communication came from Alder Grant. As you read in the staff report, and that was read into the record just here. The plan commission sent that to the attorney's office or referred it to the attorney's office. Attorney's office responded through memo. It's included in your packet. The recommendation from planning staff based on that memo is to receive the communication and place it on file without action.
The motion to receive the communication and place on file without action.
Motion by Commissioner Winsky.
That was a motion.
I wasn't just repeating it. Sorry, motion from Commissioner Winsky to receive and place on file without action. That was.
That's what he was right.
That was my motion.
Yeah.
You had something to add, feel free. No, I just need second by Commissioner Braddock. Any other discussion?
It does the all the wishes. She's raising her hand.
Oh, sure.
Oh, yeah, I'm here till 5:30. I'd be home with my kids,
I got
but
television at this point.
I don't really have much to add, just more clarification. Attorney Wood and I had a good conversation today. The goal of this was not to limit residents who they could rent to. I know that kind of got misinterpreted in the packet. The reason this was brought to my attention, I've received some feedback from residents that people are renting their single family homes. And while I understand that is their right, I do think it's important that we keep up with new day and age. We now have technology that allows you to rent your properties a lot easier than you used to. 20, 30 years ago, you weren't renting your homes as much as people are today. And I think it is fair to our community to preserve the vision of our R1 zoning districts. And if we need to make alterations in order to, I don't want to say limit, but for example, we have a single family home where a resident is renting the first floor, but she's residing in the basement. And neighbors bought homes in that area thinking single family home. So duplexes, as you saw tonight, have to receive conditional use permits to even be in existence, yet single family homes are now finding loopholes. So as we spoke today, it was more of a concern of, do we need to pay attention to this? You know, we talk about affordable housing shortage. We have a housing shortage, period. Houses alone, even single family, are at a shortage. That's why the market is the way it is. You're seeing average homes for $400,000, like developer made the mention before. So I think we just need to be very aware of what precedent we're setting within our community. And as we spoke, if you come along anything that would possibly help this problem, that was the intent of this communication. So just wanted to more clarify, because I think the packet came off a little, I don't know, misconception that I wanted to only allow people to rent to their family, and that's not the case. So any questions?
I just say it's definitely, we talked about it last meeting, all the rental stuff, so it comes up a lot.
Yeah, and like I expressed, you know, it's tough because let's say I live out by UWGB. You have 3 college kids that can't have a 4th roommate due to an ordinance, but you can have 2 full families living, but because they're related, they don't count as unrelated adults. So it just, how are we limiting college students, but we're allowing double the people to reside, but the square footage is there and the bedrooms are there. So just food for thought, something to think about and keep an awareness on.
Appreciate the communication.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I think that some of the conversation from that meeting works to address some of those issues in terms of being able to track properties and rentals. And advertisements.
I think it's fair to say.
For the short-term ones, anyway.
Yeah,
The short-term rentals. So it's a starting point.
we vote. We did not vote yet. Here's the motion, right? Commissioner Rovinsky with the motion to approve, or sorry, to receive the communication and place on file without action. seconded by Braddock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I know we got a couple informational on, these were just withdrawn. Do we know anything more about either of these?
Nope, one had a public hearing here. They have formally withdrawn their application. That was the first one. The second one was posted for a public hearing. That is not going to occur, so they needed to be put on our agenda.
Sweet. I know we are lacking a director at the moment.
We don't need a report.
Zero report.
No.
I'd like a report from each of you.
Well, it's gonna take me a
Now?
couple hours.
So tomorrow? No,
Dig
that's the
in.
next meeting.
We've gone from afternoon.
Yeah, I know. Good with, no other questions for staff in regards to report of West.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Hold on, date of next meeting, August 14, 2023. Motion by Commissioner Rubinsky to adjourn, second by Commissioner Braddock. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, bye.